Part 2. Symbiosis. Chapter 1. Kiyomi Kataoka loved her birthday. Whenever the day came near, everything from school to streets took on a new vitality. She was greeted with joyful laughter and song wherever she went. She loved all of it. Not everyone was excited for her sake, of course, but she liked to think that all the people in the world were enjoying themselves on her account. It was the time of year when shopping districts resounded with the familiar lilt of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and Jingle Bells, and smiles graced the faces of all who walked the streets. It truly was the best day of the year. When Christmas approached, she and her parents decorated a real tree in their living room. From the time she was in kindergarten, they had spruced up the house together every year. Kiyomi always had the honor of plugging in the cord to set the tree aglow, but only after making sure the room was as dark as possible. The large tree would scintillate with blues and reds, and as she watched the lights reflecting off the wallpaper, Kiyomi thought of how wonderful it was to have a birthday on Christmas Eve. During grade school, she invited her friends every year to her birthday party. Her mother did most of the cooking, but Kiyomi also helped out with the smaller things. Cooking with her mother was always fun. After the food was ready, her friends came over and wished her a happy birthday as they walked through the door. They all arrived with presents in hand, and Kiyomi delighted in seeing them pile up under the Christmas tree. They then gathered around the large dining table to eat, play games, and sing songs. Kiyomi usually played Silent Night, which she had learned from her piano teacher. After her friends returned home, she received presents from her parents, usually books and stuffed animals. "You know, Kiyomi, you were born exactly at this time," her mother said as she glanced at the clock on Kiyomi's 10th birthday. Her father was sitting on the couch smoking a pipe. He looked at Kiyomi and smiled warmly. He said, "It was 9 o'clock when I heard your cry. It was such a lovely cry, full of strength, and your mother was crying too, from joy. It was a cloudless night. At midnight, I looked out the window. The hospital was on a hilltop, so the entire town was spread out below me. I could see the stars so clearly. That's when I decided to name you Kiyomi." The characters of her name meant holy and beauty. Stuffed animals clutched at her side. Kiyomi waited for Santa Claus to come, but eventually she succumbed to sleep. She had a dream that night, as she did every year. A dark place, a low rumbling resounding without pause. A stream slowly enveloped her body, clouding her perception of up and down. She surrendered to the current, feeling herself floating upon it. Enveloped by a womb-like warmth, time could not be felt here. Kiyomi tried to imagine where she might be. She felt mysteriously at home. "I've been here before, long ago." But she could not remember where here was. All was dark, and there was nothing in this dream that was like a dream. When she opened her eyes the next morning, a pile of Christmas presents, rivaling the amount she had received for her birthday the night before, was stacked neatly at her bedside. Kiyomi tried asking her parents once, "Does Santa make you dream?" Her parents exchanged confused glances, but listened intently as she told them everything about the dream. When she expressed a feeling of having been there before, they groaned with surprise and admiration. She asked them, "You know the place?" Her mother smiled gently and embraced her. "I think I do, sweetie. You were probably in my tummy." "In your tummy?" "That's where you came from. I'm sure you were just remembering the feeling of being inside me." "Is it dark in there?" "Yes, it's dark and warm, and it feels like you're floating in a bath." I've never had that kind of dream. You must have a good memory." "Don't other people dream about it too?" "I doubt it. Everyone usually forgets about it." After that, her parents started discussing difficult things that Kiyomi didn't understand, like in-tautoring education and memory formation. While Kiyomi accepted her mother's explanations, she did not feel her curiosity had been sated. The landscape of which she dreamt was something far more ancient. She understood that it was indeed a place she'd seen before her own birth, but it wasn't in such a recent past. It was far more remote, far away. Chapter 2. The sunlight was unmerciful. Sachiko Asakura shielded her eyes with her hands and looked towards the sky. Cotton-like clouds drifted swiftly from right to left across the blue expanse. The jet stream was swift that day, but standing as she was far below upon asphalt, Asakura could only feel the intense, steady heat filling the stagnant air. Feeling the effects of the summer weather most acutely in her black one-piece suit, she wiped off beads of sweat from the nape of her neck with a handkerchief. She ran into the shade, fleeing from the sunlight. The funeral service was just ending. Asakura, along with other students and staff members, had come to Toshiaki's home to help with the service. The undertakers and relatives had everything under control, but she had insisted on helping out with the reception. The coffin was to be carried out soon, and she had just taken a step outside to make sure the hearse had arrived. Toshiaki lived in a government condo. The ashen walls were cracked here and there, giving them a feeling of antiquity. 24 families lived in this 4-story wing. Toshiaki had shared a happy life on the 3rd floor with his now deceased wife. This was the first time Asakura had ever seen his place. The area had probably been little more than a field of rice paddies once upon a time. Now it was a host to a cluster of homes and had the air of a declining residential district. The parking lot was packed with cars, with just enough space to pass between them. Every vehicle shimmered with distorted heat trails. Grazing them carelessly would surely have burned the skin. The narrow street in front of the complex was also subdued, as still and silent as the woman towards whom its paved lines led all who were gathering here today. The occasional echo of a motorbike engine from the distance was the only sound to be heard. All of a sudden, a gloom fell upon everything. When Asakura looked upwards, she saw that new clouds had rolled in to cover the sun. She took one step forward, pulling away from the apartment wall. At that precise moment, the light returned, glaring up her surroundings anew. She squinted into the glare. "Finally, the first floor," said a voice, followed by a rattling sound. When Asakura turned around, a group of men carrying Kiyomi's coffin were edging their way down the stairs. The concrete steps were narrow, flaked with peeling paint, and the men were having trouble turning the coffin on a stair landing. Toshiaki led the procession, holding a mortuary tablet in his hands. At his side were Kiyomi's parents with a photo of the deceased. Someone from the undertaker wove the hearse through the crowd of parked cars and backed it up carefully to the side of the building. The back door was opened. A few grunts later, the coffin was loaded inside. Asakura watched silently in the background. Once the coffin was in place, the mourners all gathered in a semicircle around it. Seeing that final blessings were about to be given, Asakura hurried over to meet up with the others, standing modestly behind them. Because of her height, she could see Toshiaki's face clearly in the center of the congregation. "I want to thank you all for coming today," he began in a tone that was plain, almost disturbingly so. There was no cadence in his voice, like he was just going through the motions. The only one unable to control her tears was Kiyomi's mother. She was petite, and her hair had luster. A few wrinkles were carved into her forehead and around her mouth, but she looked surprisingly childlike. She must have been adorable as a young girl. Kiyomi's father, on the other hand, had the air of a distinguished man in the prime of his life. He listened patiently to Toshiaki's words with eyes and head cast downward. But his shoulders sometimes trembled, betraying the sadness he was unable to contain. Toshiaki's flat voice, only the more unfitting in contrast, gave off the unreality of a shimmer at the bottom of a cascade of sunlight. Toshiaki's look during this entire ordeal kept nagging at Asakura. The darkly clad man who sat near the altar during the ceremony was not the man she knew as mentor and role model. His features used to be gentle, taking on a penetrating look whenever it came to research. This was not the Toshiaki she saw every day in the lab. His face was pale, offset by dark patches under his eyes. Sometimes His back teeth chattered like he was having chills, and his fingers twitched slightly. She'd seen him like this for the first time the night before, when she and her classmates had come to see how he was holding up. He'd changed so much that for a moment she couldn't speak. A large black and white photograph of Kiyomi adorned the altar, and the picture showed the smiling face of a woman who still possessed a child's innocence. Asakura had only met her once. Toshiaki had brought along his wife for last month's open session of the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Asakura recalled her charming smile and how, though Kiyomi had to be a few years older than her, she'd actually looked younger, thanks probably to her features. Asakura had felt flustered. Even the woman's name, Kiyomi, was pretty. She'd stolen glances at Kiyomi's face from a distance as the beauty lay in her coffin. Apparently, Kiyomi had hit her head in the car accident, hence the white cloth covering her skull. This gave her a slightly different impression, but it did little to taint her attractiveness. Her face was made up, and her lips were frozen in a faint smile. Her white cheeks, so pale they appeared translucent, were of fine complexion, and at one point Asakura could barely suppress a sudden urge to touch them. Throughout the entire ceremony, Toshiaki kept looking at her photo, only half listening to condolences. For the most part, he looked vacant, but sometimes cast the photo a smile, like he'd just remembered to. Asakura had noticed a similar expression on him the night before. It was so tranquil that it terrified her. She'd had to look away, like she'd unwittingly taken a peek at some secret between the man and the deceased. Toshiaki resumed his speech, during which Kiyomi's name was intoned innumerable times. The sunlight beat down harshly, and everyone was getting tired. Some continuously wiped their foreheads with handkerchiefs, but most just stood in place, waiting patiently for him to finish. Toshiaki had changed completely. After Kiyomi's death, his soul seemed to be in turmoil. Helping out with the funeral, Asakura felt this was a man she didn't know, and was unable to say a word to him. She was only feeling more perplexed. It was like that when he made his sudden appearance at the lab a few nights before. He just shouted at her when she was trying to express her worries, then set himself to work at the clean bench, clearly possessed. Afterwards, he went back to the hospital without a word. As he left, his countenance was one of dreamy intoxication. While he was gone, Asakura secretly peered into the incubator to see what he had been doing. A new culture flask and a 6-well plate were left inside. On the lid, the word Eve was scribbled in Toshiaki's handwriting. She didn't know anyone by that name. gently removing the flask, she observed it under the microscope and saw the shapes of healthy cells, but could not identify them. She did not understand why Toshiaki had yelled at her just to perform a routine cellular procedure. Feeling very uncomfortable about it all, she had hastily returned the flask to the incubator, placing it as close to its original position as possible, a little scared she'd be found out. Toshiaki's tone changed subtly as he came to his closing statements. Kiyomi will now be carried out of our lives, but this does not mean she is dead. Kiyomi's kidneys have been transplanted into 2 patients. Let us never forget that she thrives within them. Under his plain delivery, Toshiaki appeared to be hiding a faint excitement. There was a certain force in his words that one didn't associate with eulogies, and Asakura didn't miss the grin that crossed his features. Toshiaki thirstily licked his lips in between words. As she watched this, Asakura's mouth went dry too. The scattering sunlight covered everything in a bleary whiteness, and the mourners were sweating like dogs by now, but they all remained quiet, eyes cast downward to the asphalt. Only Toshiaki's face was raised. Asakura, who was getting really nervous, couldn't tear her gaze away from it until he closed his salutation. Kiyomi will live on. When she came to her senses, people were already making to leave. Toshiaki and several relatives separated into 2 cars and pulled out onto the street. The others gathered in the shade of the entrance to bid them farewell from there. The hearse left, followed by a black sedan that Toshiaki had climbed into. Emitting low engine rumbles, the vehicles turned at the intersection. A cool glint flashed off the black body of the hearse just before it disappeared from view. Everyone stood there for some time. We will now prepare to receive the ashes, said a man, who appeared to be a relative, provoking sounds of relief from the small crowd. The man returned to the apartment steps, and the rest followed suit. Asakura trailed behind. The husband was a bit strange, don't you think? When Asakura heard this, she looked up, startled at such a direct comment. 2 middle-aged women were talking in front of her. They appeared to be relatives or close acquaintances, but their indifferent gossip indicated otherwise. Kiyomi will live on gives you the creeps, doesn't it? They probably thought they were taking care not to be overheard, but their high-pitched half-whispers were all too audible to Asakura. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to get away, but the pair's conversation crept into her ears as if she were their designated audience. He was pretty weird during the wake, too. I guess he was just devastated by the suddenness of it all. Must be having a hard time accepting it. Well, apparently he's been acting like this for a while. I heard that for a while there, Kiyomi was, brain dead. I had no idea. Ugh, I hope I never end up that way. Me neither. He allowed kidney transplants. They say he's been acting odd ever since. How could he let them do that? I mean, he let them take out his wife's kidneys? Didn't he feel bad? Exactly. Why mangle her body like that? I bet he thought letting them go ahead made him look good. Asakura could not endure this any longer. She felt sick in her stomach and clambered up the stairs to get away from them. Pushing aside the two, who kept rattling on, she raced up with a sort of desperation. Chapter 3. Mariko was bedridden after the operation, only faintly conscious and still under the watchful eyes of the staff. In her daze, she couldn't even make out how she lay. It felt a lot like putting on glasses when you didn't need them. Waking up from anesthesia the day before, Mariko had found herself in a sick room with fluorescent lighting in the ashen ceiling. She realized she was no longer in the OR, which gave her some relief. A masked nurse came over to her, peered into her face, and called for the doctor. The nurse's voice resounded in Mariko's ears, making her wince. Forehead throbbed, vision quickly melted. The ceiling faded in and out of focus, then vanished from sight. "You can relax, okay? The operation is over," said a man's voice from somewhere, but it only became part of the growing pain in her skull. She dropped off to sleep for a few hours afterwards. When she opened her eyes again, 2 nurses were on either side of her. One of them noticed Mariko trying to lift her head. "Easy does it. You're still recovering, dear. Sleep some more," she said. Surely enough, when Mariko tried moving her head, it ached intensely. She laid her head back on the pillow in defeat. She felt hot and dizzy, like she had a terrible cold. Something was sticking into her groin. When she opened her eyes, she saw a nurse fiddling with a tube. Mariko moved her waist a little and felt that the tube led into her body. Somewhat embarrassed by this realization, she turned her face aside. She then became aware of another one in the left side of her chest. She knew all about these tubes, as they had been used to remove bodily fluids after her previous transplant. The other nurse took her arm and put something black around it. Mariko's arm began to throb with a strong pulse. "I'm just taking your blood pressure, okay?" said a tiny voice. The 2 nurses continued their examination. Mariko closed her eyes and let them do their work. She felt something strange below her navel on the left side, and thought she might try to touch it, but could not since the nurse was still taking her pulse. She wondered if it was her newly acquired kidney. The kidney! Mariko's eyes opened wide. At last, she sobered into the new reality of her transplant, and a flood of memories washed across her mind. The sudden phone call during the night, the hospital, the tests, the blood transfusion, listening to the doctors and nurses as they explained everything to her. Mariko gathered all her might to speak, but her voice emerged only as a hoarse and barely audible whisper. The nurse stopped and cocked her head. "Person who gave me..." Mariko repeated desperately. "What? Who?" The two nurses looked at each other, unable to understand her question. "The person who gave me the kidney. What happened? Where, One of them nodded and smiled at Mariko. "No need to worry about that, okay, dear? The operation went very well. Your donor must be very happy about it right now in heaven. In fact, the person who gave you your kidneys says you have to get better as soon as possible." "No," Mariko complained. "Tell me, please, was this person really dead? Did this person really want to give me a kidney?" The nurses looked upset. They smiled uncomfortably and tried to smooth things over. "All right now, let's just calm down, okay? You're still feverish from the operation, so..." Mariko shook off the nurse's hands and screamed as loud as she could. But an explosion of dizziness swarmed in her head, and she shut her eyes. Her voice fell to a rasp that she herself could not hear. When she opened her eyes again, her father was at her side. A difficult expression was on his face. "Everything's fine. The operation went well." She forced a smile. He looked a little uncomfortable in his germ-free attire. She could not see his mouth, but his eyes darted around in discomfort, their focus clearly averted from her. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "You're running a fever of about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is fairly normal after a transplant surgery. We've given you some medication to make it go down," said Yoshizumi, who'd entered the room along with her father. The doctor was the last person Mariko wanted to see right now. She clamped her eyelids even tighter. The nurses took turns throughout the day to stay with Mariko and monitor her condition. They took blood pressure and urine samples every hour and regulated her transfusions. On the verge of sleep at almost every moment, she entrusted her body to them. Yoshizumi came in to check her data and talk with her. Mariko did not remember it, he said, but after the operation, she was given a radioisotope tagged drug and a renogram. These checked whether blood was flowing properly in her newly transplanted kidney. He told her gently that there were no indications of ATN or any infections, but that the catheters and drainage tubes would have to be left in just a little longer. Mariko closed her eyes again and pretended not to listen. Her room was single occupancy, not too large. The doorway was concealed by a protruding section of the wall, behind which there seemed to be some kind of basin for washing hands and gargling. Before people came in, there was always the sound of splashing water. Mariko was fed through a mouth tube. She could not even begin to describe the flavor of the thing, but it was actually tolerable. You'll only have to put up with this a little more, and then you'll be able to eat tasty stuff again, a nurse encouraged her. Mariko nodded vaguely. She then recalled an exchange between her and Dr. Yoshizumi from 2 years ago. So I can eat oranges again? Mariko was in such good spirits then, she was almost embarrassed with herself. She asked about all the edible things she could think of. And apples and potato chips. I can have as much miso soup as I want. And ice cream, even chocolate. Mariko felt herself urinating intermittently. Because of the catheter, she did not experience the usual discomfort of a full bladder. Instead, her urethra became warm, the catheter felt different, and she could tell that urine was coming out. When she was aware of it, it was all she could think of. It was an odd sensation. For a year and a half, she had never urinated, undergoing 3 dialysis per week instead. She had trouble remembering what it was like to go to the bathroom or have the urge to do so. She had an intermittent dream in which she was sleeping, indeed, in a hospital bed. Details were hard to make out in the dark room. The door was closed, and she had no clue as to what lay on the other side. A pale light shone from the crack underneath it. At least the hallway lights were on. She had to think for a moment about where she was and why she was there, before soon remembering being in recovery from transplant surgery. She felt paralyzed, only able to move her hands. She touched around her abdomen gently. Something was palpitating inside her body. Distinct from her heartbeat, something with a life that wasn't Mariko was pulsing on its own. She felt around more carefully, trying her best to guess what it might be. Whatever it was, it seemed to be struggling to get out of her body. At that moment, she heard a flabby sound. Flap. She opened her eyes and looked around. Nothing felt out of the ordinary, and just when she was ready to pass it off as a trick of the ears, flap. It came from beyond the door, like the echo of vinyl slippers shuffling along the corridor. Thinking it was just somebody coming to her room, she exhaled in relief, but an instant later she knew that wasn't it. The hairs all over her body stood on end. The pace was too slow for a person walking. And again, flap. Her hands on her pulsing lower abdomen, Mariko locked her gaze firmly upon the door. The thing inside her seemed to be beating faster. Flap. Slowly, the sound was drawing near. A cold shiver swept through her. She could hear nothing else, not the wind, not the cars and motorbikes in the street, only the footsteps and the beating in her body. The footsteps were now just outside the door. Flap! And that's when she'd wake up. A worried nurse tried to comfort her and wiped the perspiration from her forehead. But upon waking up, unable to separate dream from reality, Mariko would scream. By midnight, her temperature had risen far past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. While she fought the fever, she had the same dream over and over. On the second day of recovery, she was allowed to sit up just a little. The upper half of her bed was jacked up 30 degrees. Yoshizumi came in with some nurses early that morning to collect more samples. Mariko noted her father's presence as well. "Everything okay? I heard you had a bad dream last night," Dr. Yoshizumi asked, smiling, taking her pulse. That grin, practically pasted onto him, frightened Mariko. "He's never forgiven me for it," she thought, and turned away from him. "Mariko, talk to me, please." Yoshizumi would not shut up. He treated her like a child, half her age, and it made her nauseous. She was still in grade school when she had her first transplant, and maybe back then it was okay to treat her like a kid, but she was in middle school now, and Yoshizumi didn't seem to notice. "You still have a bit of a fever, Unable to get any sort of response from her, Yoshizumi may as well have been talking to himself. "You also have a little blood in your pee. We totaled the protein count yesterday at a whopping 2.7 grams. That's not good, but it won't stay that way. Don't worry. It's quite normal right after a transplant, and I expect your fever will have gone down by tomorrow. What matters is that you're peeing. You know, that pretty much means the operation was a success. No signs of infection either." Yoshizumi's voice rang in her ears, and scenes from after her first transplant came back to her. Yoshizumi's expression when he began suspecting that she'd failed to take her meds, the look in her father's eyes. Mariko closed her eyes and shook her head, but was unable to rid those looks from her mind. She couldn't stand it any longer. She was screaming, "You want this transplant to fail, don't you?" Yoshizumi drew back in shock. The nurses and Mariko's father stood completely motionless with eyes wide open, unsure of how to react. "What are you saying?" "I know you do!" Mariko screamed, interrupting him. "You think it's my fault it didn't work the last time. You think I'm a bad girl, so you want this transplant to fail too." "Mariko, stop, please," said her father, visibly upset. But she could not suppress her rage. She was no longer in control of the words spilling from her mouth. Yoshizumi tried to touch her, to which she objected loudly and started weeping. The nurses were equally overwhelmed. One of them took Mariko's hand, trying her best to appease her. Mariko pried it away from her grasp. At that moment, the drainage tube in her side twisted, and pain shot through her entire body. She cried out and buried her face in the pillow. She realized what she'd been doing, and her anger subsided. While she lay quietly, her back and waist began to hurt. At her request, the nurse shifted her body, but the pain didn't recede. Her perceptions grew dim from the fever and the searing pain in her back. Simply keeping her eyes open was becoming impossible without discomfort. Mariko dreamt again that night. She was sleeping in the same dark room, and the footsteps returned on cue. Slowly but surely, they were approaching her door. Her eyes were glued to the light leaking from under it. Why did the sound frighten her so much? She kept telling herself it was just a nurse making her rounds, but this did not shake the uneasiness that gripped her heart. Someone was coming, and it was no nurse or doctor. There was something, she thought, something far more scary. Two things were beating so fast in her body that it was hard for her to breathe. One, her heart racing with fright. The other, something less familiar that was clearly enjoying itself, quivering excitedly in her abdomen every time the sound drew closer. Both seemed to pound in her head and ears, and her entire body was hot. Her chest and her abdomen, running away each with their wild beat, threatened to tear her asunder at any moment. Flap! The shadow of a figure entered the glow under the door. Mariko let out a voiceless scream. For a moment, the shadow stood motionless outside her door. Then, with a light flap, it turned toward the door. Mariko's heart nearly jumped from her body, and the thing that dwelled in her abdomen squirmed around ecstatically. Her waist rumbled, making the bed creak. Her back was drenched with sweat. Mariko's eyes were fixated on the door, and she was aghast. For the knob was turning, ever so slightly, silently, and so slowly you could hardly tell it was moving at all. The knob was turning. Whatever was on the other side was trying to get in. Thump! Mariko's abdomen leapt up. The bed bounced, and her body was in the air for a second. The kidney, she thought. The new kidney was trying to come out of her. Choked with fear, Mariko could not take her eyes from the doorknob. She finally realized who was coming for her. She despaired. Her heart, which had been beating so wildly, fell silent. The door began to open. Light poured in through the crack. Mariko screamed and woke up. Chapter 4. Toshiaki resumed his duties the day after the funeral. As always, he'd parked his car in the college parking lot at 8:20 and was in his lab by 8:30. No one else was in yet this morning. He turned on the light and walked over from his desk, now overflowing with a week's worth of leaflets and pamphlets from various companies extolling their new products. He'd usually, at least, skim through the English language catalogs of cloning vectors and cytokines, but he was hardly in the mood right now and placed them in a rack at the side of his desk. He heard a clanging noise and the door opened. He looked up and turned around. Asakura put her hand over her mouth as she saw him, her body straightening from surprise. For a while, neither could speak, and the awkwardness was quite something. Asakura moved her mouth like a dying fish as she searched for words, while her eyes darted nervously about the room. Toshiaki managed a smile and raised his hand in greeting. Morning. Asakura started, but the tension was now gone. Good morning, she said with a smile and a bow. The awkwardness faded. Toshiaki apologized for the inconvenience of his absence and thanked Asakura for her help at the funeral. Please think nothing of it, she said. How are the data coming along? Asakura's face beamed when she heard these words, and she nodded. In most science departments, undergraduates were assigned to staff members and conducted experiments on their own in their instructor's field, and the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences was no exception. 10 seniors were assigned every year to Toshiaki's biofunctional pharmaceuticals course. Aside from the professor, the staff included an associate professor, an assistant professor, and 2 research associates, who were each charged with certain students. Toshiaki had taken 2 under his wing this year. Having already completed their first term exams, they were now able to devote themselves to lab work. However, they both hoped to enter the graduate program and would be taking a vacation once August came around to prepare for their entrance exams at the end of the month. Asakura had gone through all of this and was part of the graduate program now. Toshiaki had mentored her throughout her senior year, and she had continued with the same concentration with him for her master's. Now in her second year, she would be graduating soon. In fact, she'd already secured employment at a leading pharmaceutical firm. All she needed to do was assemble her data for her master's thesis. The MOM-19 levels has increased as you expected, explained Asakura as she showed Toshiaki a printout of the previous week's results. During her senior year and her first master's year, there was still something rickety about the experiments she set up, but her intuition and versatility were now those of a real researcher. Her explanations were concise, yet thorough, and Toshiaki understood her perfectly. Also, the cells you transfected were growing fast, so I had to transpose them. I mean the ones you'd introduced the retinoid receptors into. Asakura stated these words without fanfare, but they gave Toshiaki chills. Did she know about the other cells? He studied her face assiduously for signs as he nodded. Just then, the door opened, and in walked one of his seniors, who was quite taken aback at Toshiaki's unexpected return. "Good morning," said Toshiaki gently, and began talking with the student, missing his chance to probe what Asakura knew about the cells. Perhaps because Toshiaki had been able to talk with Asakura, he was able to greet the other staff members without much awkwardness. They all bowed and uttered condolences to him, but things didn't get too sloppy. "You shouldn't return to work so soon. Take a break," Mutsuo Ishihara, the professor, told him. Toshiaki thanked him, but turned down the offer. "To be honest, I was actually getting more depressed being far away from my work." Ishihara raised an eyebrow. "I see," he said worriedly. "Just don't overdo it." That night, after the staff had gone home, Toshiaki stepped into the cultivation room with a feigned nonchalance and opened the incubator. He took out the stainless steel sheet from inside. There appeared to be no change in Kiyomi's cell flasks from the night before. He gazed at the word Eve written on the lid. He'd chosen this name because Kiyomi's birthday fell on Christmas Eve. After performing the primary culture on her liver cells, he had come here every night to look at them. At 2 or 3 in the morning, after all the students would have left, he came to meet with the cells, not even turning on the lights, making sure nobody caught on to his secret visits. Bathed in the pale glow of the clean bench, Toshiaki would put his eyes up to the microscope and peer at the cells. He imagined that Kiyomi would have been frightened by a figure hunched over a microscope in a gloomy room during the dead of night. She had always been very sensitive, looking away during the murder scenes of TV dramas, calling for his help whenever she needed to get rid of an insect in the house. He had never been able to describe his experiments to her in detail. Even after they married, for some time, Kiyomi innocently kept asking him about his research. He gladly informed her about the more general findings of his work, but took care to avoid talking about dissecting rats, cultivating cancer cells and bacteria, and such matters. He knew not to, after the mention of a routine mouse injection had been enough to frighten her. Toshiaki also made sure no odors from the lab animals lingered on his clothing when he got home. But now Kiyomi herself was in a culture flask. Even on the night of the wake, after gazing upon her face one last time, he had come here to observe Eve. On that night, Toshiaki was seized by a strange delusions that Kiyomi had divided and disseminated. She was surely more than just a corpse, and the cells now in his possession. Each of her kidneys now thrived in other people. "I'm sorry, but you can't meet them," he'd been told over the phone the day before. He'd held the receiver, just sitting still for several seconds before he could plead again. "Why not? Please, just once." But the woman on the phone told him that the patient's privacy had to be respected, and that any such action would be an intrusion. Toshiaki had called the city central hospital after struggling in vain not to. He simply couldn't resist after he'd read the letter from the transplant coordinator, Odagiri. The letter was very polite. It explained that Kiyomi's kidneys had been transplanted into 2 recipients, and that one of them was a 14-year-old girl. It spoke of her favorable recovery and expressed a deep gratitude on behalf of everyone involved. At the end of the letter, a postscript said to contact her should there be anything they could do for him. Kiyomi's kidneys were still alive, resuscitated in other bodies. Toshiaki's heart ached at the thought. He wanted to meet these people desperately. If anything, he hoped to find traces of Kiyomi in those who harbored her gifts. In the end, He could do nothing but hang up the phone in defeat. Of course, the hospital's response made perfect sense. If the donor's family were allowed to meet the recipient, unpleasant arguments of a financial nature could easily arise. If the organ in question was ultimately rejected by the recipient's body, the result could be no little hurt on both sides. By keeping the two parties ignorant of the other's identity, it was ensured that their lives would be lived without any unnecessary trauma. Though Toshiaki found no fault with this reasoning, he refused to abandon the notion altogether. He wanted so much to feel Kiyomi's existence, despite her body having already been reduced to ashes. All he could do now to satisfy his desire was to look at her liver cells. Ever since the coffin was carried away, his apartment had become dark and terribly cold, enshrouded, though it was in the brightness of early summer. Toshiaki had returned to his lab duties with these thoughts swimming in his head. If he went back to work, he could meet with Kiyomi any time and not have to resort to lurking in the university halls under the cover of night. He could spend more time with her. Toshiaki removed another flask from the incubator and placed it under the microscope. He then turned on the lamp switch and drew his eyes close to the lenses. As he turned a small wheel with the middle finger of his left hand to bring the image into focus, Kiyomi's cells emerged in full clarity. They had grown protrusions and looked like stars, adhering to the bottom of the flask. In this one area alone, about 10 odd cells covered the bottom completely. Toshiaki moved the stand, shifting the field of view left and right to check the other cells. He had added a number of growth factors to the solution for the primary culture, and Eve looked alive, very much so. After looking at the cells for a while, Toshiaki noticed something strange. He squinted. The cells had increased in number. Unlike cancer cells, normal liver cells did not multiply all that much. A built-in control system made sure that they divided only when and as much as necessary. Cancer cells were precisely those that weren't subject to this control. When cultivating cancer cells, adding a serum, their nutrient was enough to have them multiply up to the brim of a flask over the course of just a few days. In order to continue with the cultivation, one actually had to remove the cells from the flask and to redeposit just a portion of them. Meanwhile, in order to cultivate liver cells, which had weak self-replicating capabilities to begin with, one had to introduce growth inducers to the solution, in addition to the serum, to make sure the cells didn't die. Even then, liver cells never divided and proliferated vigorously like cancer cells. In fact, usually they died out after a few weeks. But these cells were different. Cell coverage was dense, but far from uniform, gathered in some places like little archipelagos, and only sparsely in others. A pattern arose only when the cells were multiplying. Toshiaki had been careless not to see it until now. Their growth rate must have been increasing with each passing day. He suspected for a moment that perhaps they were fibroblasts that had mixed in, but when he examined the cells' shapes, he confirmed that it was indeed liver cells. Toshiaki checked each flask and plate. All showed similar signs of growth. The plate was already overcrowded, so much so that if he didn't transpose them, the cells would begin to die. This was getting interesting. Eve consisted of normal liver cells, but was growing at the rate of cancer cells. There was a small possibility that the presence of cancer-related genes was causing this anomaly, but Toshiaki had no reason to suspect that Kiyomi had been suffering from liver cancer. It looked like he had in his possession an extremely rare cell type. Some unique mutation, the likes of which have never been reported before, was transpiring within these cells. Establishing lines of these could not be that hard either. Toshiaki flicked on the clean bench lamp and ignited the gas burners. He took some trypsin and a culture medium from the refrigerator. He tossed a 15cc tube, still in its wrapper, on the bench. Finally, he placed a cell plate on the bench with care. He sat in front of the bench and began gathering the cells. They would have to be cloned. His obsession with Eve was only growing stronger now that it had promised to aid his research on mitochondria. Countless questions swarmed in his head. Had the mitochondrial form in these cells changed with this metamorphosis? Were B-oxidation enzymes being induced? How about the formation of retinoid receptors? If the mitochondria had indeed changed, was it in fact responsible for the cellular reproduction? If so, how? Why? Kiyomi's face floated before his eyes. She was smiling so cheerfully. Her large eyes, her gently curving eyebrows, her lips that shone with a rosy hue, without the aid of rouge. Those soft cheeks were all set aglow by her smile. Toshiaki loved her smile. He could almost hear her pleasant rolling voice. He recalled the first time they met. Kiyomi, not used to drinking, was flushed from the beer she'd had, but this detracted nothing from the loveliness of her laugh. Toshiaki talked too volubly about his research, but she listened with interest. Her curiosity didn't abate even after they started going out. Toshiaki was touched by her sincere desire to know more about him, though it seemed she also concealed a certain jealousy towards his work. She sounded lonely when he was delayed by his experiments late into the night. He was sympathetic to her complaints, but also vexed that he couldn't convince her that his love for her and his love for research were two completely different dimensions of his life. It was not a matter of choosing one or the other. To him, Research was a necessity, but Kiyomi never seemed willing to grasp that. But the two had become one now. Toshiaki felt strangely elated. Studying these cells was at one and the same time spending quality time with her. As he continued with the limiting dilution of the cells, he felt a slight fever rise in him. He felt that Kiyomi was calling out to his body. Despite not being able to meet the recipients, he did have these cells. Working with them, he could connect with Kiyomi. He had to nurture the cells with his care. He would prolong their life as much as possible and produce significant data. He knew this would have made Kiyomi glad too. He'd come home late so often, even after they were married, and couldn't give her all the attention she deserved. He would now make up for it by pouring all of that lost love into Eve. With a firm resolve, he reached for the next plate. Chapter 5. Kiyomi's friends were always impressed that her parents were both doctors. Whenever they came over to her house, they could not help but notice its spaciousness and well-decorated interior. A grand piano stood in the living room, as well as a wooden bookcase that housed a charming assortment of music boxes and French dolls. Kiyomi's mother enjoyed baking and usually made a cake or cookies for her and her friends. "We've only got an apartment. My father's always complaining he doesn't have enough money 'cause he's a high school teacher," said Chika in a bright voice, despite the mouthful of freshly baked cookie. Denying any possession of such riches, Kiyomi replied modestly that Chika had plenty going for her, all the games she had, and not to mention an older brother to keep her company at home. "Oh, he's a pain. He's so uncool," Chika retorted, shaking her head dramatically. Then she laughed and said Kiyomi's house was the best. Kiyomi had many friends and enjoyed her time with everyone. She had been close to most of them since grade school, but because she and Chika were in the same homeroom class for their first 2 years of middle school, they had become especially good friends and spent much of their free time together. They differed in character and taste, yet this only served to augment their friendship. Chika often described Kiyomi's lavish household. To use a vocab word she'd learned in history class as bourgeoisie. Kiyomi understood Chika's praise to be genuine at bottom, so she didn't mind at all. Kiyomi inherited her mother's hobbies and recently begun to pursue an interest in baking, occasionally making cakes together with her mother. She was also fond of doll making. For her birthday the year before, she'd received an Anne of Green Gables book from her father and had fallen in love with it. She now owned the entire series and had reread them from cover to cover a number of times. "Kiyomi, you're such a lady. Everything you do. Course, if I grew up like you, I'd be baking fancy cookies too," Chika said heartily. After finishing their cookies, they sipped orange juice from straws. I would love to be more like you, Chica. Kiyomi was thinking of Chica's 50-meter dash in gym class that day. Though Chica was short, she had the right reflexes and excelled in short-distance running, for which she held the top honor in her class. She'd participated in city meets, and she was already the star on sports day. For the relay run, she easily beat out boys from the other classes. Her figure stood out quite noticeably on the track. Nah, I suck. Look at my legs. They're getting fat. None of the cute guys will even get near me, Chica sarcastically said as she smiled. Don't be silly, you're adorable, Chica. I'm sure you'll find someone who appreciates you. You're just saying that. Besides, if you looked up adorable in the dictionary, your picture'd be right there next to it. Chica laughed as she said this, but then her expression grew serious, and she leaned in closer. What's wrong? Asked Kiyomi, somewhat unnerved. A question for the witness. This'll go on record, so you must answer honestly. You do have the right to remain silent. What is it, Chica? What's your type? Huh? It was such a sudden question that Kiyomi did not know how to answer. She looked around bashfully, then gazed directly at Chica's face. Chica's eyes took on a mischievous look. The straight line of her lips twisted and broke into laughter. You're too much, Kiyomi. Chica held in her belly and continued laughing. Is it that hard to answer? Hey, I could see you ending up with someone like your dad, she said at last, suppressing her snickering. You think? Definitely. He seems like someone you can really count on. They say, if you have a father like that, you end up with pretty high standards. I never thought about it. Your family's like a TV show anyway. You got your quiet father, gentle mother, and the little princess. Everything you need for the perfect drama. Don't say things like that. It's embarrassing. Kiyomi's face turned red, and she hid it behind both hands. She tried to change the subject. Well, enough about me. What about you? You haven't told me what your type is. Me? She grew serious again, folded her arms, and tilted her head. Her emotions always changed so quickly. Kiyomi was more reserved in character and was envious of Chica's outgoing nature. Chica thought about it for a good 30 seconds. Then a smile rose to her lips. Someone who will think of me forever. Yeah. Kiyomi nodded, a smile upon her face as well. Kiyomi's grades were in good standing, and she was an active member of the brass band. She was accepted into a prep school without even attending cram school classes. The high school was considered one of the best in her prefecture, with a lot of the graduates going on to college. Meanwhile, Chica's diligent study in her final year of middle school paid off, and she was accepted into the same high school as Kiyomi. Chica always wore a cheerful smile in the company of others, showing no signs of stress, but Kiyomi suspected that she was secretly a very hard worker. The high school placed as much emphasis on extracurricular activities as on academics, and most students picked up something. Chika did what she was best at and joined the track and field club, while Kiyomi joined a chamber ensemble. High school life was as enjoyable as they could have imagined. Kiyomi liked to read in the time between classes and after-school activities. After finishing The Tale of Genji, she started on Anne of Green Gables in the English original. The seasons passed by quickly. Nevertheless, somewhere in her heart, Kiyomi felt like high school life was all she would ever know. Hence, her exclamation of surprise one day, turning the summer of her second year when the teacher handed out college selection forms to the class. Later that day, after practice, Kiyomi was putting her things away when Chika dropped by the practice room. She was carrying her backpack and duffel bag in one hand. As she stood in front of the doorway, peeping into the room, she gently waved her free hand. Her hair was a bit wet from the shower she had taken after track. Kiyomi smiled and waved back, signaling with a finger to wait a moment. When most of the band members had left, Chika stepped into the quiet practice room and sat next to Kiyomi, who was cleaning her instrument. Watching Kiyomi's fingers detachedly, Chika asked, "So, what do you think you'll do, Kiyomi?" "I don't know." Kiyomi shook her head. The still warm sunlight poured in through the window, illuminating her hands as she wiped fingerprints from her trumpet with a small cloth. The heat had been quite intense throughout the day, but remained now only in scattered places as a languid afterglow. It was already 6:30, and before they knew it, the voices echoing from the basketball team in the rear gymnasium had faded away. They hopped on their bikes and took the road home together, riding side by side. The streets were usually inactive, not a single soul in sight. The girls, too, were silent. Kiyomi began to feel uncomfortable, pedaling her bicycle faster to keep up with Chika. Kiyomi broke the silence at last. "So we were just starting to get used to high school, and now we have to decide what to do with our lives? It's too much to handle right now. I can't think beyond band practice, you know?" But Chika simply pedaled, staring off wordlessly into the distance before them. Kiyomi studied her profile. Before long, they had passed the street and reached a paved road which ran straight through a rice paddy. The failing heat of the rays was pursued by the twilight, and their surroundings became steeped in deep blue. The brightness of a single star twinkled from the gap in the clouds. Chika replied at last. "I want to become a doctor," she mumbled. Surprised, Kiyomi looked at Chika, whose eyes remained fixed on the sky spread out above them. Chika's mother had passed away that spring. Kiyomi did not understand the details very well, but knew that there had been something wrong with her heart. The days of nursing and the funeral itself must have been so hard on Chika, but she'd never once shown a depressed face to Kiyomi. She continued to smile and joke around in her usual manner, and remained the person Kiyomi could always talk to. Yet Kiyomi had been unable to read what had been transpiring in her best friend's mind. Kiyomi had trouble falling asleep that night. What did she want to be? She could not picture herself finding a job and earning a salary. She would probably attend college, but had no clear ideas as to what she would major in. She had plenty of time, and she could decide once she was in college. That had been the extent of her thinking. Chika's comment that day struck at her heart. Chika seemed to know what she wanted to be, at least. Kiyomi didn't. Chika had taken a step ahead and was pulling away from her. Kiyomi fantasized about what shape her life would take. Who would she marry? What would her children be like? How would she die? She lay in bed with her eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling with a contemplation that was fragmentary at best. The fluorescent light dangling from above began to spin around slowly. She had no idea if she was awake or dreaming. Countless doubts arose, overflowing and spilling over one another inside her head. Chapter 6. How are you feeling? Yoshizumi said to Mariko and flashed a smile. 5 days had passed since the operation, and everything was going smoothly. 2 days ago, they had removed the upper drainage tube from her kidney, and today, the urinary catheter. The bladder tube was still in place, but would be removed tomorrow. Barely glancing at Yoshizumi's face, Mariko looked away. Didn't think so. Trying not to betray his disappointment, Yoshizumi said, It seems your fever's gone down. So has your CRP value. Don't you feel better? You're still slightly anemic, so let's adjust your transfusion level. He then explained the test results in a way Mariko would understand. If she knew about her condition fully, he thought, she would have a much more positive attitude towards the treatment this time around. She should also be relieved to learn that there were no symptoms of organ rejection or serious infections. The real transplantation treatment didn't begin until after the operation. In the case of kidney transplants, the surgery itself was relatively simple, something any trained surgeon could perform. The problem was what happened afterwards. A transplanted organ was a foreign body and inevitably elicited resistance from the recipient's immune system. It was to minimize this that HLA compatibility checks were made. Yet, immunosuppressants were always necessary, and the dual use of prednisone, an adrenal steroid, and azathioprine used to be common. The success rate for transplants shot up. However, with the development of more effective suppressants like cyclosporin and FK506. Because these drugs are renotoxic, today they are only used in conjunction with other drugs. Based on clinical data, Yoshizumi's group favored a 3-drug combo consisting of a minimum of cyclosporin, some adrenal steroid, and misorebrine, an antibiotic. Since this wasn't Mariko's first transplant, she'd been prescribed a relatively small volume. Suppressing the immune system helped the new kidney survive, but made the patient vulnerable to infections, a potentially lethal outcome given the lowered barriers. This was the crux of a transplant procedure, which was often compared to tightrope walking. The patient had to be kept under close watch for signs of organ rejection on one hand and infections on the other. Yoshizumi was painfully aware that transplants were the work not of the surgeon alone, but of the nurses, clinical technicians, and pharmacists who had to stay in close touch during the post-op period. Mariko was still turned away. Yoshizumi cast a backwards glance at her father, but he too looked away. Yoshizumi sighed in his heart. Mariko was clearly not in the mood for small talk. She had been acting this way with her father and the nurses as well. It seemed she wanted to forget, even deny, that the transplant had ever occurred. In the eyes of a young patient, parents and doctors were dignified, powerful figures, and therefore understandably intimidating. Yoshizumi remembered having similar instances with other transplant patients under his care. However, in Mariko's case, he suspected there were other issues. He had no idea why she was so adamantly opposed to the transplant, even after the fact. Maybe I failed the last time because I couldn't figure out why. At a loss, Yoshizumi shook his head to dispel his self-doubt. You should be able to stand up and move around a bit the day after tomorrow. You'll get to eat some real food then, too, he said, and he patted Mariko on the head. The nurse at his side smiled reassuringly, but Mariko still made no effort to look in their direction. As if to shut out the existence of Yoshizumi's hand, her head lolled lifelessly under his touch. Yoshizumi removed his hand. It was quite a different story after her first operation, when Mariko looked gratefully at Yoshizumi with tears in her eyes and thanked him countless times. He had smiled in return and patted her on the head as he'd done now. Until her first transplant, Mariko underwent dialysis for about 1 year. After that, her father offered his own kidney, to which Yoshizumi gratefully obliged. When Mariko first appeared before them, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. They all watched from the waiting room window as petals fell plaintively in the courtyard. Mariko was charmed by the pink scenery fluttering outside, as if seeing it for the first time. She had just started 6th grade. She wore a white top with a green skirt and sported a bobbed hairstyle. Her large round eyes were wide with joy. She listened closely to what Yoshizumi had to say and even laughed at his jokes. Her cheeks were still slightly swollen, making her all the more charming. She had hardly grown at all in the preceding 2 years. Even in class, she was usually moved up to the front during gym or morning assembly, a fact that made her feel a little uncomfortable. There were a number of orientation sessions with patients before the actual transplant took place. They were informed in detail about the types of treatments they could receive, the pros and cons of each, the truths of the operation itself, and how they were to carry on with their lives after recovery. Their goal was to alleviate any misconceptions or anxieties born of ignorance. Nurses also carried out a similar duty, but in Mariko's case, Yoshizumi had taken it upon himself to provide any and all explanations. Mariko listened to his words enthusiastically, but was devastated to learn that she had to continue taking immunosuppressants even after the operation. Nevertheless, she accepted it soon enough. "So how long do I have to take them?" implored the young Mariko, staring at Yoshizumi intently. "For as long as you live," he answered, not taking his eyes away from hers. "Always? Until I die?" "Yes, but I know you can do it." Mariko covered her eyes and was silent for a long while. She seemed to be thinking seriously about what this meant. She then looked up, her lips tightly sealed, and nodded firmly. She progressed well for a number of days following the operation. She was beside herself with joy and spoke to everyone smiling, exhibiting a happiness and talkative disposition typical of successful patients. This was usually a result of being released from dialysis and was in proportion to how much the patient had hated it. Still, Yoshizumi didn't feel bad seeing her so happy. The dialysis experience must have been hard on her, and she genuinely seemed to appreciate having a new kidney. She seemed simply moved that she was urinating again, and when he visited her a week after the operation, she cried out and buried her face in his white coat with tears of gratitude, he patting her head. Even after Mariko left the hospital, Yoshizumi met with her several times for checkups. Her face had rounded a bit, a side effect from the steroids he prescribed, but she was as darling as ever. She was delighted to be eating the same school lunch as everybody else, freed from her strict diet. She repeated over and over how good her meals tasted, how happy she was that she'd had a transplant. "Doctor, I'm all healed now. I'm not sick anymore, right?" Mariko interrupted their conversation one day, smiling broadly, peering into his eyes. For a moment, Yoshizumi was silent, not taking her meaning. "You can live normally now, like everybody, so in that sense you're cured. But with transplants, you can't let down your guard. You're still taking the immunosuppressants, right? You absolutely mustn't forget to take them. Without them, even a successfully transplanted kidney will stop working. You must promise me that you'll always take your medicines. Can you promise me?" "Yes," she nodded. Yes, she'd nodded. She did nod. and yet she would return to the operating room only 4 months later. "We haven't discovered any pathogens yet," said Yoshizumi as he walked Anzai out of Mariko's room now. He invited Anzai into his office to tell him about her post-op condition. Yoshizumi offered him a seat. "Our nurses have been taking samples of Mariko's fluids and sending them for analysis. We haven't found anything, so I wouldn't worry." Anzai looked relieved, and he'd wiped the sweat from his brow. "But as long as we're here, there's an issue I feel I must address," he said gravely. "Just why is Mariko acting that way?" Anzai looked downward. "Mr. Anzai?" he asked again. "I don't know," he responded. Yoshizumi's silence urged him to continue. "Ever since the first transplant failed, I haven't been able to tell a single thing she's thinking. She's kept her emotions hidden from me all this time. I'm beginning to wonder if it's all my fault." "Did Mariko not want this transplant?" "That's not the case," Anzai looked up to say, but his voice was shaking. Yoshizumi tried to wear a warm smile. "Please, tell me the truth, Mr. Anzai. I realize a parent such as yourself only has his child's best intentions in mind, and naturally wanted this operation. But Mariko didn't, did she?" "No," Anzai confessed, his head drooping. "I don't know what to say after all you've done for her. I was surprised to learn we'd been contacted about a transplant, and when I returned the call to give the go-ahead, Mariko was so furious that she was spasming. She was abnormal." "Abnormal?" "She yelled, 'I'm not a monster.'" Yoshizumi didn't know what to make of this and changed the subject. "She's been having constant nightmares since the operation. Any idea?" "None." Anzai shook his head in despair. "I think she's afraid of something. She might have developed a bad image of transplants, so she didn't want one and is having nightmares now. She wasn't this way the first time. It's as though it's not being operated on that she hates, but transplants and transplant doctors like me. Any idea why she feels this way?" "I'm sorry, but I really have no clue." Anzai could only hang his head in shame. He seemed to be pleading for an answer himself. Yoshizumi felt so much sympathy for the man. He said gently, "I've been informed that the other recipient's been diagnosed with accelerating rejection." "Accelerating?" "It can occur any time from 24 hours to a week after the operation when the recipient turns out to have had an antibody against the donor's antigen. He's being treated as we speak." Anzai was speechless. "Thankfully, Mariko's condition is stable, but I can't predict how it will turn out in the long run. I will, of course, do anything in my power. If she has no will to get better, though, we could lose her to an infection. We have to get her to open up to us." "How wonderful that would be," Anzai assented feebly. Chapter 7. Toshiaki sat before a cofocal laser scanning microscope and entered his calibrations with an external computer mouse. After staining the Eve 1 cultivation with lodamine 123 stain, he placed its flask onto the platform inside the machine. Toshiaki had cloned Eve in the past few days. The batch that displayed the strongest propagative abilities he named Eve 1, allowing it to multiply for experimental use. The laser microscope had just been installed in the joint lab on the second floor this past spring. It was an ACAS Ultima, the newest model. A rather large piece of equipment, it took up the space of an entire business desk. An inverted microscope was fitted on the left side, while the right was furnished with a command monitor that displayed all the data. Behind it was the laser tube. The central computer itself was located underneath the desk. Toshiaki examined Eve 1's mitochondrial structure. The lodamine 123 stain caused the mitochondria to glow with a distinct fluorescence that made them more visible. The laser activated a fluorescent agent that emitted photons of certain wavelengths. These passed through an optic cleansing filter and clearly outlined the shape of each mitochondrion. The most remarkable feature of the ACAS Ultima was that any part of a cell could be isolated. Cells themselves had a thickness and weight to them, and one could not completely lay out their structural details using standard microscopic technology. Gathering information through the latter therefore had its limitations. But with this machine, one could cut many tens of layers from top to bottom of any cell and view image of individual sections on the monitor. After this, the image data were rendered into a three-dimensional model of the cell. This device exhibited unsurpassed accuracy in the research of nerve cells and others requiring 3D constructive analysis. Toshiaki clicked to start the program. Mitochondria appeared in succession as slender green shapes, scattered here and there against the black background of the screen. When he was finished looking over the data, he entered a series of commands into the computer, and a 3D blot graph appeared. At that moment, Toshiaki simply couldn't contain the sudden exhalation that left his lungs. These mitochondria were unlike any he had ever seen before. They were expansive and fused together in a vast, advanced network, as if energy superhighways had been built between them. He felt the thrill of hope throbbing in his heart. He selected other cells inside the flask and performed similar scans to identical results. A radical change had occurred in Eve 1's mitochondria. Toshiaki printed out his findings and shut down the machine, then returned to his lab on the 5th floor to check how many stained Eve 1 cells were left by using the flow cytometer. a device which measured the intensity of fluorescence in cellular material through a process known as a histogram. He produced cells from the flask and placed them into a centrifuge. After purifying them with a buffer, Toshiaki took the cells and returned to the joint lab once again. He turned on the flow cytometer. A moment later, the previous images reappeared on the monitor. He put in a new set of parameters. Toshiaki hooked up a nozzle from under the machine to the tube. The cells were then sucked into the cytometer and sent to a laser apparatus. Because the collection tube was so thin, cells passed through it in a linear fashion and were hit by a laser one at a time to detect their fluorescing properties, the levels which were dependent on the amount of agent used. This machine differed from the microscope in that it calculated the degree of stain in each cell individually, plotting their distinctive features on a graph. Toshiaki set the tube in place and clicked on the word "Go" above the image. At once, countless dots appeared on the monitor, each denoting a single cell. Toshiaki focused on the histogram to the right as its line graph moved in short spurts. My God! The intensity was off the charts, beyond comprehension. The mitochondria in each cell of Eve 1 were indeed increasing and their forms undergoing dramatic changes. The mechanisms which normally governed them were causing anomalies via excessive mitochondrial production. Toshiaki knew of no research having ever reported anything remotely like this. Astounding was the only word he could think of to describe it. That the cells had acquired some strange propagative capability suggested a sudden change in gene-linking proteins. There was a high possibility that this was influenced by the mitochondria within the cells themselves. Toshiaki was shaking with excitement. Something new and unknown had awakened in Kiyomi. He printed out these results immediately and ran back to his lab where Asakura was performing a DNA extraction. "Asakura, come here for a moment." Toshiaki grabbed her and rushed her to the cultivation room. He showed her the Eve 1 flasks in the incubator. She eyed them with suspicion. "Can you extract the mRNA from these cells for me?" Toshiaki placed a flask under the microscope and urged her to look. "I want to determine the induction of beta oxidation enzymes in a northern blot." "These cells, what are they?" Asakura asked as she took her eyes from the lenses, clearly shaken from what she saw. Toshiaki lied, explaining he had received them as a laboratory sample from another university. Asakura's face did not indicate acceptance, but she pried no further into the matter, choosing instead to nod her head in resignation. That evening, Toshiaki dreamt about something other than Kiyomi for the first time in a long while. He was back to his grade school days, sitting on his bedroom floor in knee-highs and a t-shirt, working on a toy model. An electric fan blew cold air onto Toshiaki's back at regular intervals. Wind chimes echoed faintly outside, and sweat dotted his forehead from the hot summer day. Unlike his peers, Toshiaki preferred to stay home all day, reading books and sharpening his engineering skills. He enjoyed educational magazines, had a particular fascination for dinosaurs, loved zoos and museums. The end of summer vacation was already approaching. His father had taken him to a science museum earlier that day, where Toshiaki spotted an unusual plastic model on display at the gift shop. A group of life science researchers had created a robot which mimicked the movements of a crab, manipulated freely by remote control. A plastic model version was soon merchandised, eventually finding its way to the display window which graced Toshiaki's curious eyes. Seeing how much his son was drawn to it, Toshiaki's father bought it for him, and he began putting it together the moment he was home. The model had very few parts, so assembly was effortless. When he switched on the remote, its joints began moving, and large claws swayed back and forth, feeling their way around. To his young eyes, the crab appeared to be truly yearning for the ocean. With quiet awe, he pressed another button on the remote. The legs moved in alternating motions, propelling the crab sideways just like its natural counterparts. More than ecstatic, he made his new creation walk all around the house. Toshiaki was startled when he realized that the crab's movements were being driven by uncomplicated mechanical parts. A single small motor gave it life. He wondered if all creatures were so simple, but he knew this was impossible. He remembered raising tadpoles some years before, when he watched with great anticipation as they sprouted hind and front legs from nowhere, then lost their tails. Robotics would never be able to replicate such a mystery. A revolving lantern turned slowly in the corner of his room. He had made it during his free time last summer, with veneer and cellophane from the stationery store. At night, Toshiaki took it out onto the veranda. He lit a candle inside, and the paper propeller on top turned slowly, making the cellophane cylinder spin. It changed to purple in the darkness, then to red and green, quietly turning around and around. Before long, his dream flashed to middle school, then to high school, when Toshiaki learned that all living organisms were governed by their DNA. He was impressed by the perfection of this system. Why did existence have the ability to design such a beautiful code? And how could such a simple structure account for the endless diversity of life forms? Again, the dream switched scenes. Toshiaki was now in his lab, but it was very outdated. Not even the most basic equipment to be found. A conversation from his senior year at college followed. "I think you should concentrate on studying mitochondria," said Professor Ishihara to a still young Toshiaki overflowing with vitality. The professor had just been appointed to the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences the year before and was searching for a new research topic. These days, there are few researchers, if any, who are really thinking about extranuclear genetics. Sooner or later, nobody will be able to talk about the essence of human life without some understanding of it. We tend to forget there is also a society among cells on par with the center we consider so superior. If any one part of that microcosm becomes dysfunctional, the whole thing's a goner. I believe it's our duty to look at the whole picture. What do you think, Nagashima? Would you be willing to give it a shot? I'd like you to come up with some ideas. Toshiaki was immediately taken with the plan. Here was an unknown world of knowledge, far exceeding anything he had learned in biochemistry and genetics, just waiting to be explored. He felt the sheer thrill of breaking new ground. Mitochondria revolved noiselessly, much like the handmade lantern in his room. Countless specimens coiled around one another in large clusters. They floated in space, turning without end. Toshiaki watched them in his dream. Discernible only as opaque shapes, they blocked the sun. He was lifted from solid earth and struggled not to be swallowed up by the darkness. Eve I's analysis was proceeding smoothly. Toshiaki hardly noticed time passing by. It was already August, and the hot day pressed on. Leaves from the trees and shrubs surrounding the school complex glittered intensely, like thousands of small mirrors in the sunlight, shooting through the glass of the lab window and bathing the room in a bright haze. In the poorly air-conditioned pharmaceuticals building, most activities had come to a halt. Toshiaki's course was as inactive as the others were all busy, and all signs of stress were beginning to fade now that the seniors were all on break, studying for their graduate entrance exams. Only Toshiaki and Asakura stayed behind, though their motives for doing so were totally unrelated. Shut up in this small, sweltering room, he was absorbed in Eve I's data, instructing Asakura as needed. According to the Northern Blot results and RT-TAC PCR data, the B oxidization enzymes in Eve 1 had worked remarkably well. "I've never seen anything like this before," Asakura said upon completing the experiment, barely able to hide her excitement. "The clofibrate enhancement is incredible. There's a peculiar band here that has appeared in all of them. It's almost as if these cells are developing into something else entirely." Asakura pointed to the large dark band on the data film image, which indicated a dramatic increase in the enzyme's messenger RNA. "The clofibrate," Toshiaki muttered, looking into Asakura's face. "Let's try checking all retinoid receptor levels. Then we'll add clofibrate to the culture medium and see what happens. Check the mitochondrial growth rate alongside the import experiment and carefully record any changes. By the way, Asakura, be sure to let me know if you plan on taking a vacation this summer." "Nope." Asakura smiled a bit, inclining her head. "I graduate this year, so I plan on continuing my experiments without pause." In that case, you can help me speed up this project. I think you'll be well prepared for the conference in September. Anyway, seeing as you're almost ready to collect all your findings. Definitely, Asakura said with a prompt nod. Toshiaki had added a peroxisome proliferator, or extract, into the Eve 1 culture flask. The extract, of which clofibrate was a representative example, was a substance that caused an organelle in cells called a peroxisome to multiply. At the same time, however, peroxisome proliferators also induced B-oxidation enzymes within mitochondria, a process which changed their overall shape and composition. Toshiaki had intentionally encouraged this mutation by introducing the extract. The results were just as he expected. Eve 1's mitochondria were showing great expansion due to the clofibrate, and the enzyme formation was immense. Enzymatic movement to mitochondria was manifestly bolstered. Later, he would have to look at the induction mechanism in greater detail on the genetic level. Toshiaki was sure that the mitochondrial induction mechanism would become clear thanks to Eve 1. It's here! Toshiaki removed a stack of magazines from their green mail bag with intense enthusiasm. As he pulled them out, the word nature emerged, followed by International Weekly Journal of Science. Asakura patiently peered over Toshiaki's shoulder, mad with anticipation. Toshiaki removed the rest of the magazines, almost ripping the bag in his haste. The photography which graced the cover of Nature sparkled in his eyes. On the front were titles of featured articles. Science in Mexico was printed in large letters, but underneath them, in smaller type, were the words, Approaches to Mitochondrial Biogenesis. Toshiaki swiftly turned to the table of contents, tracing his finger along the page, until he reached Letters to Nature. There were 2 articles on mitochondrial interaction. He found the page number for the second and flipped to it. "We did it!" shouted Asakura. Toshiaki's mind burned with a single thought. My own work has appeared in Nature! His and Asakura's names were printed alongside Professor Ishihara's. They were already expecting the journal's arrival this week, but to actually see it and hold it in their hands was a different thrill altogether. Toshiaki had submitted the article the year before, but only now had part 1 finally come to print. Asakura's voice was filled with sheer excitement as she looked it over. Their work had been included as part of a small feature. It was no longer Toshiaki's only area of concentration, however, as he continued to find more conclusive data on Eve 1. The results of his research were sure to have an impact upon the world. Everything about Eve 1 was too good to be true. This would someday place him among the highest, most elite circles in the world of science. Toshiaki flinched, from a sudden explosion outside. The smell of powder drifted into the building. A large fireworks show was being held at the river nearby. The pharmaceuticals building was the perfect place to enjoy the display. That night, Toshiaki, Asakura, and other staff members and the students all went together onto the roof. The enormous fireworks exploded in chrysanthemum-like shapes against the cloudless night sky. They were so close, it seemed one could touch them just by extending a hand overhead. In a single moment, jewels of light filled their vision, spreading outward as each fizzled into darkness. They could almost feel the glittering, fiery dust pouring down from the heavens, streaking their faces with vibrant colors. Asakura opened her eyes widely, gazing upon the full expanse of the sky. The fireworks changed colors rapidly from shades of red to vibrant greens. Her cheeks changed color with each new flash as flowers and waterfalls danced in the sky. She and Toshiaki each opened a can of beer together and drank them down as they savored this aptly timed spectacle. Asakura's eyes scintillated. She drew near to Toshiaki and spoke to him. He smiled and nodded in return. The smell of smoke saturated the air, but he was not bothered by it, because these fireworks were blessing their published work. It was also more secretly a celebration of his rapid progress with Kiyomi's cells. Toshiaki's only regret was that he could not share this happiness with Kiyomi. He wished so much to show nature to Kiyomi, and to see these fireworks reflected in her proud eyes. The beating of his heart entwined in painful harmony with the rhythm of the bright display, sending ripples of energy trembling along his skin. Chapter 8. Kiyomi was accepted into a local university. She had always done well studying on her own, and her entrance exam came and went without stress, despite not having gone through the usual summer prep courses, cram schooling, or private tutors that plagued many of her peers. Even when she was out with her parents the day the results were announced, to find her name on the bulletin among those accepted into the English Literature department, her happiness was shallow at best. She questioned whether this was really the right path for her, and still worried herself about it after the opening ceremony. Kiyomi had only picked English because of an interest in the language and her fondness for reading. But once classes began and she made friends with a few classmates, she appreciated college life much more than she had expected. One night, a party was held for incoming students. It was there where she had beer for the first time. By high school, most of her friends were already drinking alcohol, but Kiyomi always abstained. The beer was bitter to her, but she liked the taste of it. All of the mentors at the party were likable and made her laugh. Before she knew it, she was feeling a little buzzed. The party was now well underway, and everyone was mingling. Kiyomi went around to socialize with a few upperclassmen for as long as she was able to. Just when Kiyomi was ending a conversation with an older female student, she paused for a moment and broke off the conversation. It was then that she noticed a composed young man sitting next to her. He too looked to have just finished a conversation with someone and was drinking his beer with a faint smile on his lips. Their eyes met, and with an unpracticed hand, Kiyomi lifted her can and offered some of her beer into his empty glass. She poured it in too straight, turning more than half of it into foam, and bowed her head in apology. He told her to think nothing of it, and he sipped off some of the froth with a laugh. This is when she asked him, "So, what department are you in?" "Pharmaceutical sciences," he answered. "Oh, so you learn about drugs? How to make cold medicines? That sort of thing?" He smiled bitterly at the questions he had heard many times before, and took a swig of beer. "Well, that's how it started out, but these days it's a bit different. When I was younger, I always thought it was just studying to be a pharmacist." Kiyomi nodded. She remembered there being many girls among her high school classmates who, when considering easy jobs, had been encouraged to become hospital pharmacists. But the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences is really wide-ranging. Sure, you can become a pharmacist, but you can also do more fundamental research. It's a mixed bag, really. Everything from medicine and physical science to agriculture and engineering. So even within the department, there's a lot to choose from. Some people do organic synthesis, others measure and analyze, for example, certain components of blood. Then there are those whose work is not directly related to medicine. Others culture all kinds of cells and study the effects of cancer on DNA replication. It's a small department, but a unique one, so it's hard for outsiders to really get the gist of it. But true pharmaceutical science is a combination of all these things and more, I think. The young man told her about the various kinds of research being conducted in each course within the school. She chimed in now and then, listening intently all the while. He broke down his explanations of the seemingly difficult mechanisms of cells and genes. Though Kiyomi's knowledge only went as far as what she'd learned in high school biology, she clearly followed what he was saying. "That's wonderful that you get to study it. You really seem to know a lot." "Nah, I just started my first year in the master's program. I've still got a long way to go." He scratched his head bashfully. Kiyomi assumed he was around 22 or 23 years old, if he was just beginning his master's. She understood now why he'd given off an impression of being mature. "I'm even thinking of going for a PhD as long as I'm able to, but if I was gonna do that, this would probably be my last time showing up at a party," he said jokingly. Kiyomi was deeply impressed. She had been such a passive listener in her classes, but here was a student already doing his own research and even had the willpower to pursue a PhD. "So, what exactly are you doing research on?" In spite of a fear that his answer would be too technical to understand, she asked anyway in an effort to keep the conversation going. "Mitochondria." Thump! As soon as she heard his answer, Kiyomi's heart leapt. She let out a yell and pressed a hand to her chest. Something wrong? He looked doubtfully into her face. No, it's nothing. She forced a smile and clung to her chest. What was that? Kiyomi focused her attention on her body's interior. All she could sense was her own heartbeat. The odd single thump had come and gone. She turned her head a little to the side and thought to herself, maybe I'm just a little drunk, that's all. And she smiled again to ease his concern. Really, I'm fine. Please continue. The young man seemed unconvinced, but soon he was telling her all about his research. Mitochondria are usually mentioned briefly in junior high and high school textbooks, so you've probably heard of them before. Basically, they're necessary components of cells that create energy. Yeah, I know that much. When fats and sugars are drawn into the cell, they undergo a conversion process and are changed into acetyl-CoA in mitochondria. There, the citric acid cycle leads to the formation of adenosine triphosphate, or ATP. It's this ATP that the body uses in various ways as energy. I understand, I think, Kiyomi said, nodding slightly. She had apparently retained more than she thought. My research focuses on why such a conversion occurs in mitochondria in the first place. The process requires a lot of enzymes, and mitochondria are packed with them. Here we run into a problem. We're usually taught that only the nuclei of cells contains genes, but you might be surprised to know that mitochondria also have their own DNA, though it's a very small amount in comparison. But this genetic material doesn't have the info for the enzymes necessary to convert fats and sugars. The genes only code enzymes for the electron transport system needed for making ATP, and just some of those enzymes at that. So where are the genes for the conversion enzymes? They're all in the nucleus. In other words, the nucleus controls the production of enzymes. When the nucleus needs energy, it sends out a command. The more enzymes you have, the more conversions you get. Now, enzymes are usually produced by ribosomes in the cytosol, after which they must find their way into the mitochondria. But how do they get inside at all? Since enzymes are proteins, they can't just pass through the fatty mitochondrial membrane. Also, how does the nucleus know it needs energy? How does it signal that enzymes have to be produced? And stepping back for the big picture, how does the nucleus control mitochondria anyway? Mitochondria must have originally carried the genes for the enzymes. How did the nucleus just pull those mitochondrial genes into itself? It's so mysterious. At least I think so. Kiyomi was completely overwhelmed. She had known what mitochondria were, but she'd never had any reason to think about them so extensively. They were certainly mysterious, as he had said. She was now aware of just how much was still unknown about our biology, and that there were people actually trying to bring clarity to all of this. Thinking he may have been too long-winded, the young man smiled wryly, and ended it there. He then looked at the glass in her hands and reciprocated her earlier favor by pouring some beer into it. There was only a little left in the bottle, so he dumped the rest into his own glass. "So, what's your name?" "Kiyomi Kataoka." "Well, Kiyomi, pleasure to meet you. My name's Toshiaki Nagashima." They both smiled and lifted their glasses to drink up. Chapter 9. As Anzai walked out of the room, he looked at his daughter once more. "I'll be back. I'm just going to talk with the doctor for a little while." Mariko was turned the other way, her mouth shut tightly in defiance. Anzai understood from her body language that she wanted nothing to do with him. He cast a glance at the floor and left. While walking along the white hallway, which ran straight through the ward, he thought about the operation. 10 days now, and Mariko was still making no efforts to talk to him, nor to anyone else for that matter. The only time she spoke was when they were checking up on her, and even then she only answered bluntly and without eye contact. Apparently, she had another bad dream the night before. Her loud screams had been audible even in the hallway. The nurse assigned to her that night tried to shake her out of it, but Mariko appeared lost between dream and reality. Despite all of this, when Yoshizumi asked if anything was wrong, she said nothing and turned away as always. Before he knew it, Anzai was in the lobby. He pressed the down button and waited for the elevator to arrive. He had spoken to Yoshizumi many times throughout this entire ordeal. They inevitably talked mostly about Mariko's practically autistic behavior. Yoshizumi made it clear he was having a very difficult time with her and complained of the indifference that had been absent in the little girl he had treated 2 years ago. No matter how much he tried, Anzai could not figure out why she was shutting herself off from everyone. The doors opened in front of him. Anzai entered the elevator without paying much attention and pressed the button for the first floor. The doors closed, followed by a gentle sensation of descent. The ventilation fan hummed quietly above his head. When first informed of his daughter's renal insufficiency, Anzai knew nothing about the condition. It was the winter of her 4th grade year when Mariko was wheeled out from the waiting room. The attending physician had a pitiful look in his eyes and gave Anzai the bad news. To put it more technically, she's suffering from glomerular nephritis. In your daughter's case, the inflammation has been progressing slowly for some time now. As it is, her urinary lining has become compacted. If we don't act soon, her kidney will malfunction, blocking her urinary production altogether. Please take a look at this data. We tested her glomerular filtration rate, abbreviated here on the chart as GFR, and the blood urea nitrogen levels, BUN. From this information, we were able to make a fairly confident diagnosis. She is already starting to show some common signs such as swelling, breathing abnormalities, and nervousness. Frightened, Anzai fell silent, then said, "Is there a cure?" "I'm sorry, but no." He was unnerved by the doctor's sudden bluntness. There is currently no established cure for chronic renal failure. Medications and surgery are no use. The cells themselves just stop working. So what should we do? The only option right now is dialysis treatment. People like her actually get along fairly well with it. We just hook up a machine that does the work of the kidneys, expelling the used up matter from the body. I will set you up with the best dialysis treatment center in the area. They've handled plenty of cases, so you'll be in good hands. Anzai hardly noticed when the elevator reached the first floor. He got off and went into the lobby. The air conditioning was overpowered by hot air coming from the entranceway. He wiped the perspiration from the back of his neck and crossed over to the building where Yoshizumi's office was located. Anzai lamented the fact that he and Mariko had hardly talked at all these past few years. His time was currently consumed with product development, and he felt that his work was vital. He would be pushing into his 50s this year. At any rate, if he didn't work there, he'd have achieved nothing in his life. In truth, his lack of interaction with Mariko was not a recent development. It had been this way ever since he joined the company. Work was really his only occupation. That was not to say he never found the time to marry, though he hardly ever opened up much to women. He met his future wife when he was 33. Even after they wed and Mariko was born, Anzai never made an effort to come home early. On most Sundays, too, he was out on business and hardly spent any time with his wife and daughter. Immediately after buying their first house, his wife died of an illness, leaving their large 2-floor house as a monument to his loneliness. Mariko came to spend much of her time alone. She was usually in bed by the time he got back. After waking her up in the morning, he would rush off to the bus stop. Her affliction had therefore gone unnoticed much longer than it should have. The hospital was well accommodated with dialysis equipment of all kinds. Anzai stared in wonder when he and Mariko were first shown through the facilities. There were at least 50 beds spread out in a large room, nearly all of which were occupied with patients. Dialysis machines were set up at every bedside, a sight that made him queasy. Everyone was laying around, languidly, with tubes in their arms, while many were looking intently through magazines and comic books. Others, like the person next to Anzai reading tabloids, were simply idling the time away. And weaving among them, like white threads, were the nurses. Anzai was informed that nearly 300 people were receiving dialysis treatment there. The patients varied in age. There were a few children Anzai thought to be even younger than Mariko, and many who looked to be in their 70s. There was also a man his own age. Maybe it was the fluorescent lights, but most of them seemed to have sickly complexions. And despite the very modern machinery, everything seemed somehow run down. It was not long before Mariko had to begin dialysis herself. The doctor said she would need to undergo surgery to have a shunt made for her. To enable dialysis, a tube had to be hooked up to a vein in the arm. And to facilitate this, an artery was joined to the vein to widen it. Mariko would get an internal shunt. It was hard to make one for children, but it didn't get infected easily, and therefore lasted longer. 2 weeks after the operation, Mariko's dialysis began. 3 times a week, directly after school, she spent 4 to 5 hours in a hospital bed for the procedure, after which she took the last bus to return home by 10. This continued for 6 months. In that whole time, Anzai visited the hospital only a few times. Mariko spent more than enough time in bed alone, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. She sometimes had bad reactions to the treatment, which usually resulted in seizures. It couldn't have been easy on her, thought Anzai. When he recalled the figure of his sleeping daughter, he felt a twinge of pity. What crossed her mind as she watched her blood flow into the bedside monitor, the slowly turning blood pump and the long, thin dialyzer leading back into her arm? Only now did he wonder what she had gone through. At the time of the actual treatment, such things had hardly even crossed his mind. "Please think of this as a temporary measure," the doctor had said. "In the case of young children with kidney failure who have to go through long periods of dialysis, side effects are not uncommon. The biggest concern is a stunting of body growth. Kidneys do have a role in physical development, and a failed kidney will hinder it. Growing taller means a lot to children. Were Mariko to continue dialysis like this, she might become deeply concerned about her height. Prolonged treatment would inhibit bone growth and have possibly adverse effects on her reproductive system as well. But what other options do we have? Transplantation is, of course, the best way to go. Would you like us to look into it for you?" Despite the doctor's earnest offer, Anzai had been unable to get a handle on his emotions at that moment. The most logical thing to do was submit to the knife and offer one of his own kidneys, and yet the idea frightened him. He was concerned for his own well-being and conferred with the doctor at great length about his hesitations. Whenever Anzai went out drinking with his colleagues, their conversations always seemed to return to the topic of his daughter's condition. Anzai would answer only vaguely and try to change the subject, but since everyone was usually drunk, they were persistent. Organ transplantation was a hot topic in the news at the time. "Must be a beautiful thing they share, those patients who give organs to their own kids, wouldn't you say?" his superior slurred one time. "In other countries, they take organs from dead bodies and transplant them into the living. That's just barbaric, if you ask me. Then again, we handle everything much more delicately here in Japan anyway. Hey, Anzai, what if you gave one of your kidneys to your daughter? You've got 2 of them. You know, you'd get along fine with one. How could you just stand by when she's in so much pain? Your wife is dead, so you're all she can depend on. That's what I'd call real love." Though an affable smile came to Anzai's face, he was trying with all his might to quell the anger boiling up inside of him. In reality, These were just the ramblings of someone who didn't have a child with kidney problems. Was he saying that Anzai was inhumane for not wanting to give up an organ? Did parents have an obligation, even in body, to their children? Was it his duty as a parent to make an unconditional sacrifice? Surgery was a horrible thought for anyone, and if he could find a path to avoid it, he would take it. Did it go against the love between parent and child? He almost voiced his opposition aloud, but instead tightened the grip around his glass and listened to what his colleagues had to say. When he came to his senses, Anzai found himself at Yoshizumi's office. He shook his head once and cooled his heated thoughts before knocking on the door. Chapter 10. The sound of boiling water filled the air. Asakura placed a sample tube into it and then set the timer. At last, she was close to finishing a day-long experiment. She sighed and looked around the room. She was on the second floor of the radioisotope research building. The room was used exclusively for the treatment of low-level radioactive matter. She was the only one there. Her surroundings had fallen into quietude hours before. It was past 10:30. Today marked the middle of summer vacation. Asakura smiled to herself. When no one was around like this, working through her experiments became a completely private endeavor. She had come to campus early that morning to start importing proteins into Eve 1's mitochondria, having no time to concentrate on anything else. Before she knew it, day had turned into night. Considering she had taken no breaks since starting the experiment, she was very grateful to be nearing its completion. Eve 1 really is intriguing, she thought as she stared blankly at the bubbles rising in the simmering water. In the 2 years since joining the course, she had worked with numerous kinds of specimens, but never had she seen anything so inexplicable. Eve 1 was still propagating. Since Toshiaki had introduced a clofibrate subjected to BSA conjugate, the cells were dividing at a rate faster than common cancer cells. He told her that Eve 1 had been sampled from a human liver, but this did not fit with the sheer greed with which they evolved. Asakura had tried asking Toshiaki where exactly he procured the cells. Undoubtedly, Eve 1 had come from the icebox he was carrying that night on the stairs. He always managed to weasel his way out of answering the question every time it was posed. Asakura secretly tried looking them up in the cell bank catalog, but there was nothing registered under the name Eve, nor anything that even resembled it. When she came up empty-handed, she figured it was a type of cell not named by anyone yet. In other words, the cells had not in fact been distributed from any other research facility. Toshiaki had christened the cells himself. This may have explained the scenery, but still she could not help wondering where they had originated. Toshiaki had been looking after his wife, or so she'd heard. He couldn't have had time to be contacting other universities for laboratory samples. This left her with only one logical explanation. Asakura shivered at the thought. She couldn't imagine Toshiaki Nagashima would ever do that. She'd always felt grateful towards him. It was thanks to him that she was able to tackle every experiment presented to her over the past 2.5 years. When Asakura began her senior year and enrolled in the biofunctional pharmaceuticals course, it wasn't for any particular reason. Thinking of it now, it was nearly impossible for third-year students to fully grasp the experiments they were conducting in their classes. They chose courses purely out of careerist motives, or which were reputed to be easy. Asakura, too, had no burning desire to get into any particular classes, but it was a hands-on lab session hosted by the Biofunctional Pharmaceuticals Seminar course where she learned to truly enjoy the lab for the first time. In that experiment, she extracted plasmid DNA samples from E. coli, into which she inserted some genes. Until then, she had always thought of DNA as being mystical and sublime, yet here she was, extracting it through surprisingly simple means. Though she initially had many fears about manually cutting and pasting DNA, she came to know the pure joy of actually accomplishing it. She shared this sense of wonder with a teacher who happened to be nearby at the time. The teacher smiled gently and said, "That's exactly what we want you to see. It's the whole reason we do this." That teacher, of course, was Toshiaki. At the post-session get-together, which was held in the Biofunctional Pharmaceuticals Seminar room, her seat was, by chance, right next to his. She learned from him that his course studied mitochondria. Only then did she think to join it. There was a place where she could perform fascinating experiments and acquire valuable skills along the way. Her wish came true, and as fate would have it, she would conduct experiments under Toshiaki's tutelage. Asakura still remembered the excitement she felt when she received official word. She felt more than fortunate to be learning from someone like him. He was the type who had broad interests and therefore possessed a wide variety of technical knowledge. Because of this, she was able to experience firsthand a whole range of experimental situations. He taught her nearly all the methods he thought necessary for the fields of biochemistry. She soon learned to enjoy the scientific process, especially when her work pleased her mentor with good results. She was always amazed at his scrutiny. When interesting findings presented themselves, not only did he form a relevant hypothesis every time, but he also devised a way to test it immediately. Asakura was often drawn into long discussions, at which times Toshiaki's face was radiant. Overwhelmed though she was, she tried to catch up with him and read many an article. She decided to stay on for 2 more years after graduating simply because working with Toshiaki was such a joy. Asakura had never imagined that she'd enroll in a master's program. Of course, she loved her science classes in high school, but she never once pictured herself in a white lab coat working on isotopes late into the night. Her height had been the cause of many playground insults when she began to grow rapidly in 5th grade. She was soon the tallest of her class, and the boys looked curiously small to her. About halfway through her middle school years, some boys finally sprouted up and outgrew her, but she still stood out among the girls. She joined the volleyball club, where her height was much appreciated. Extracurricular activities were a positive outlet for her. They provided an arena where her sense of dedication could flourish. In high school, she started to worry about her tallness. Her growth had only begun to slow down when she reached 5'8", but compared to those around her, she was still quite tall. Her female friends expressed envy, and though she smiled it away, inside she was a sack of sighs. She dated a few boys during her freshman year, but she could never get over her always being the taller one. She also had difficulty trying to buy clothes that fit her, and finding stores that carried her shoe size was far from easy. So many times she had found clothing with just the kind of design she liked, but had to give up because it did not fit her. Whenever she was not in her school uniform, she usually resorted to shirts and jeans. At school, she was sometimes the target of boys' teasing. Many of them were her friends, so the harassment was likely intended as nothing more than playful jabs, but regardless, she took it to heart because they were so persistent. Asakura had no boyfriends in college. This did not make her feel lonely, however. Still, she sometimes asked herself if her self-consciousness about her height was making her squeamish with the opposite sex. Maybe this habit of working so late every day was a weak way to deny that it was just so. The piercing beep of the electric timer brought her back to reality. It was time to stop the boiling. She smacked her forehead for being so careless and removed the sample to put it on ice. She set up some acrylamide gel in an electrophoresis machine. The top surface of the gel was segmented like teeth and pre-coated with a refined plastic. As soon as the Eve 1 sample was cooled off, she began applying it cautiously into each gap using a pipette pen. After portioning out everything that she needed, she flipped on the power supply switch. A dial spun around and settled as she set it at 20 MA. Right away, powder-like bubbles began to rise from within the immersion tub. Finally, Asakura said, and she stretched. The immersion process would take close to 3 hours. She was free to do whatever she wished in the meantime. It was just past 11. If she stayed here and read, she was bound to fall asleep. She thought it might be best to go home for a while and take a bath. She left the isotope ward and returned to her office. Taking her bag from her locker and turning off the lights, she went out into the hallway and locked the room. It was about time she started preparing for her speech. She was to give an oral presentation at the annual meeting of the Japanese Biochemical Society in September. Toshiaki and a fellow colleague, along with a few students, had been invited to present their work. Asakura was nearly finished with the research she needed to complete for the meeting, with only 2 or 3 experiments remaining to be done. She wondered just how long Toshiaki would continue to analyze Eve 1. She was suspicious. The conference should have been his first priority right now. As the lights had already been shut off, the corridor was dark, giving her an eerie feeling as she walked down its length. A lukewarm draft blew uncomfortably past her cheek. Her sandals made unsettling echoes as they slid along the floor, their sounds seeming to hang in the thickly saturated air behind her. Asakura could not stop thinking about how bizarre those cells were. Not only were they abnormal, it was almost as if they emanated some tangible force. She honestly wanted nothing more to do with them, but could not very well say so to Toshiaki. Though she had obediently worked on the experiments so far, it did not stop her from getting gripped by a certain fear now and then. Ever since she was little, Asakura sometimes had moments where she knew that she would be sick the next day, or get the feeling that they would lose a volleyball match. While they were trifles, these brief flashes of intuition affected her deeply. They always made the hair on her neck stand on end with an almost painful itch. It was the same sensation now, growing stronger with each day working on those cells. Asakura understood Eve 1 not by observation, but by intuition. It horrified her. It would normally not have bothered her so much were she not constantly working late nights with no one else around. In the lab, she could distract herself with the radio, but music was not allowed in the isotope room. Maybe that's why she felt so vulnerable today. She prayed that Toshiaki would soon relieve her of any further work on the cells, but her wish was not likely to be granted any time soon. His attachment to Eve 1 was unnatural. Ever since Eve 1 yielded such intriguing information, his attitude had become quite cheerful. Compared to the days after his wife's accident, he certainly seemed to have regained his former self. But that changed as soon as he began working on Eve 1. He would then take on the look of an obsessed man. Asakura was afraid to speak to him at such times, which made things even more difficult since she was dying to ask him all about Eve 1. Toshiaki did more than keep the cells alive. They were actually growing. Asakura held her shoulders. It was as if they were happy. Nonsense, she thought, forcing herself to deny what was already clear to her. As she started up the stairs, her feet instinctively picked up speed. She kept telling herself that it was nothing, that she was worrying too much, but she ran as fast as she could, wanting more than anything to get home. Chapter 11. We all have countless parasites living inside us. The stately professor began his lecture. A large paper sign hanging in front of the stage read, Biofunctional Pharmaceuticals Course, Professor Mutsuo Ishihara. He was a man in his early 50s. His hair was graying, but his voice had vigor. Despite being a lecture hall, the rectangular room seated only 150 people and was much smaller compared to the liberal arts auditoriums, which typically accommodated over 300 students. Because the number of students in the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences during any given year tended to be small, this space was more than sufficient. Kiyomi took a seat closer to the back where the stairs ascended and looked down at the seats below. There were at least 50 people in attendance, half of whom were probably pharmaceutical students. There may have been a few from other departments like herself, but she suspected that nearly everyone was actually enrolled in the biofunctional pharmaceuticals course. There were some auditors who were in their 50s and 60s, but no one in their teens. One of the auditorium windows had been left open to let in the breeze. A cool draft flowed past her cheek, and the sound of rustling leaves wafted gently towards her like ripples upon water. She glanced outside at the fresh green foliage sparkling in the sunlight. Kiyomi was now in her 3rd year of college. Her freshman and sophomore years had gone by in the blink of an eye. She had been very active so far, taking notes in every class, continuing with brass ensemble practice, helping manage the annual music festival, comparing notes with friends, and trying her best not to miss a test. She even managed to relax now and then by going on group trips and ski weekends with her classmates. "So, are you getting an internship next year, or what?" She'd had a sudden wake-up call when a friend blurted out this question one day. Kiyomi realized that she still had no idea what she wanted to do with her life. She had somehow completely glossed over the uncertainty which troubled her so much in high school. Now that college was half over, she knew this was time to make decisions about her future. Even so, she had yet to feel motivated. It was only June, but the days were warm. Refreshing, summerly winds shook the branches of the shading trees, and her white shirt fluttered. The skies were constantly overcast through fall and winter, but now they had cleared up beautifully, drenching the buildings and pavement with much-needed sunlight. Kiyomi was taking this opportunity to attend a public lecture being offered at the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Every year, on the 2nd Sunday of June, the school's faculty held free educational lectures open to the public in an attempt to dispel misconceptions about their field. The school's chair and professors would outline their research in some detail. This year, they were also going to discuss the basics of medicinal plants and devote some time to charged issues like drug side effects and the AIDS virus. The spacious medicinal plant greenhouse located at the rear of the building was also open to the public. Visitors were invited to have a small picnic outside. The event had been popular for quite some time, but Kiyomi had never joined in the festivities until a classmate invited her along. The day was graced with a clear blue sky and gorgeous weather. Kiyomi took the bus with her friend and arrived at the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences around 9:30 in the morning. Kiyomi's university was typical in that it catered to many personal and academic interests. but it was best known for its various stellar scientific departments. The School of Medical Sciences and its affiliated hospitals were in the northern part of the city. The School of Agriculture was right near the subway station, and the School of Engineering was up in the mountains. The Pharmaceutical Sciences building sat atop a small hill, a 5-minute walk from the School of Liberal Arts. When they got off at the bus stop, they had a pleasant view of the streets spread out below. Maybe Kiyomi was imagining it, but the breeze seemed cooler up here. There would be 1 lecture in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, each lasting about an hour and a half. In the interim, everyone was encouraged to see and explore the greenhouse. The morning lecture was to begin at 10 o'clock. Kiyomi went into the lobby where an exhibit about Chinese herbal medicine was on display and looked over the list of lecture topics. The first was entitled Drug Manufacturing, Chemistry, and Pharmacology, and looked to be a talk about the development of pharmaceutical products. Thinking this would be a little over her head, she looked slowly down the list to the afternoon schedule. She read, The Benefits of Chinese Medicine and What is Gene Therapy. Then, the last topic caught her eye. Symbiosis with mitochondria, the evolution of cellular society. Thump went her heart. She clutched her chest at this unexpected reaction. More than a heartbeat, it felt like a cry for help. Her breathing quickened. Her head was on fire. Her hands twitched with the after effects of the shock. She held her chest tighter to stop it. A single bead of sweat trickled from her temple down her cheek. She could not tear her eyes away from the words on the poster. Kiyomi clenched her teeth and inhaled as deeply as she could. The strange beat was long gone, and in its place was her regular pulse pumping blood. Yet she was unable to move for a while. Another drop of sweat flowed down her face, following the same trail as its predecessor before falling to the floor. What's wrong, Kiyomi? Her friend looked worriedly into Kiyomi's face. She shook her head and said, "Oh, it's nothing," and looked up and tried to smile, but managed only a twitch of the lips. "Really, I'm fine. Let's go in." Her companion looked worried, but nodded reluctantly and followed her inside. Just before leaving the lobby, Kiyomi looked back at the poster once again. Why, she wondered. She'd felt the irregular beat when she'd seen the words. Was this what they called arrhythmia? She shivered at the thought. Symbiosis with mitochondria. Her body had somehow reacted to that strange lecture title. Her logical self told her something was wrong, yet she was strangely captivated by the prospect of hearing the lecture. She might be at the greenhouse while the talks on Chinese medicine and genetic healing were underway, but the final presentation she didn't dare to miss. At last, the time came. It was at this point that her friend needed to leave. She had a part-time job as a private tutor and had a 5 o'clock appointment to make, but Kiyomi would not miss this lecture. A screen was being lowered behind the podium, and next to it was a sign with the lecture topic written in large letters. Although they spelled out the same words that had affected her so deeply earlier, Kiyomi had no reaction to seeing them now. This did not, of course, change the fact that they had affected her. She wanted so much to understand her reaction and had a feeling that the answer somehow resided in this lecture. Professor Ishihara, after explaining common parasites such as roundworms, began to explain exactly what symbiosis was, using intestinal microbes as an example. Just like parasites, microbes thrive in our intestines, living off the nourishment we provide to them as hosts. But they also help us utilize vitamin K and provide many other valuable functions unknown to many of us. This relationship by which two distinct life forms not only coexist but also profit from their mutual bond is called symbiosis. These exemplary microbes are therefore not just parasites, so to speak, but are indeed necessary components of our biology. Judging from this, one might wonder if our symbiosis is restricted only to such microbes. Of course, that is not the case. Which brings us now to the subject of today's lecture, namely mitochondria. I'm sure you've all at least encountered the word in junior high, but we have come to learn that mitochondria too are parasites. They are not insects, so it might be a bit strange to call them parasites. However, they are the same in that they exist in all human beings by means of a symbiotic relationship. And from research conducted on mitochondria, we have discovered many interesting things about them. In my lecture, I will be utilizing what scientists have concluded through research to explain this symbiosis. At this point, Professor Ishihara took a breath and gave a signal to the slide assistant. The slide projector fan began to spin and the auditorium lights were turned off. Kiyomi looked behind her to see who had pressed the switch, but could see nothing, her eyes still adjusting to the darkness. At that moment, a familiar face entered the corner of her vision. It belonged to a young man sitting 3 rows behind her. She focused on him, straining to get a better look, but could not quite identify him in such a dark room. He seemed to notice her as well. Kiyomi felt a little embarrassed and quickly turned back around. A large diagram of a cell shown on the screen. This is a simple drawing of a human cell, Professor Ishihara explained. Using a laser pointer, he continued. This area in the very center is the nucleus. It is where chromosomes are contained and is filled with all kinds of genetic information. And this oval-shaped area here represents a mitochondrion. It has both an outer and inner membrane. The inner membrane is folded like so. Now, this diagram is basically the same one you would remember from your textbooks, and as such is probably familiar to most of you as shown here. But this does not mean they have this shape in reality. Their structure is actually quite different from what you might think. Next slide, please. As soon as the image changed, faint murmurs of surprise rose from the audience. "This is mitochondria's true form." The screen's black background now framed a large picture of a cell. Inside them were what appeared to be countless green-colored threads. All of them lined diagonally upward. They seemed ready to wave forth. There was a gaping black hole in the center where the nucleus would have been. Kiyomi figured that mitochondria had somehow been stained, then photographed through a microscope. Each cell was crowded with hundreds, even thousands of them, beautiful like folds of velvet. Kiyomi's preconceptions about them were totally wiped away by the splendor before her eyes. Thump! Her heart again. Thump! This was it. Kiyomi realized it now. This was what her heart had reacted to. Her heart thrilled to mitochondria. But why? Kiyomi's eyes were riveted to the screen, her breath short. She stared intently at the large image before her, forgetting everything else around her. A few more pictures of stained mitochondria were shown. Some green, some blue. They swelled beyond the screen, twisting, dissolving, breaking away, changing into variant forms. She was fascinated by their structure. Their wriggling, winding forms resembled intestinal bacteria, and she understood why the professor was comparing them to parasites. He said there was DNA in mitochondria, that this DNA differed from DNA in the nucleus, and pointed out that the mitochondria were proven to be the descendants of what were once parasitic bacteria. Ishihara also explained in detail that long ago, back when we were still delicate single-celled organisms, mitochondria invaded us and have since thrived in symbiosis. At this point, I'd like to talk a little about the history of cell development. Life is first thought to have appeared on this planet around 3.8 billion years ago. The first life forms were simple, pliant membranes containing DNA that dwelled near underwater volcanoes on the ocean floor, receiving nourishment in the form of hydrogen sulfide. At this time, there was almost no oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere. However, 2.5 billion years ago, these first life forms evolved into so-called cyanobacteria, a rudimentary form of chloroplasts. They created sugars from photosynthesis and were the first organisms to, in essence, breathe oxygen. Cyanobacteria multiplied at an extraordinary rate and spread throughout all the world's oceans. Because of this, oxygen levels rose both in the water and the air. But the old type of bacteria, which lived off of sulfuric gases, began to suffer. Unlike us, they were actually threatened by the growing presence of oxygen in the sea. The world had become the domain of cyanobacteria, leaving their less evolved counterparts no other choice but to limit their quiet existence to their beloved sulfur-rich areas. It was at this point that aerobic bacteria came into the picture. As I said before, the ocean was teeming with oxygen created by cyanobacteria. What aerobic bacteria did was find a way to make use of this oxygen. They became the early ancestors of mitochondria as we know them today. By utilizing the oxygen around them, aerobic bacteria were able to produce energy far beyond the capacity of normal bacteria. The purpose of that energy? Mobility. These bacteria were the first to actually swim around in the sea. And then, 1.5 million years later, a most amazing event occurred. When aerobic bacteria entered the bodies of our distant ancestral life forms who were barely surviving near volcanoes. It is possible they originally wanted to consume us, but chose instead to make their home inside of us. From that moment on, our relationship with mitochondria began. A photograph of a single mitochondrion appeared, this one taken through an electron microscope. Situated in the middle of the screen, it was constricted in its center, about to divide. There was a small black mass inside of it, which appeared to be pulling into two halves as well. Ishihara pointed this out as DNA. Mitochondrial division and multiplication happened inside of the cell. The DNA was distributed among the new mitochondria. In all this, mitochondria seemed no different from, precisely, bacteria. Kiyomi thought to herself, mitochondria are alive, and they're multiplying inside my body right now. Now, what would you say if I told you it is because of mitochondria that we are all here today? As I said before, our earliest ancestors lived in a symbiotic relationship with mitochondria and were able to produce vast amounts of energy. They became aerobic, which in turn gave them the advantage of volition. From this, they were able to take sustenance by their own means, instead of having to literally wait for it to float by. Using their own energy, they could go looking for it themselves. Now here, our ancestors acquired a new level of intelligence, namely, the capacity to capture prey by any and all means necessary. They figured out how to most efficiently obtain their food. Nerve connections responsible for conceptualization and instinct began to develop, and before long, they acquired a rather advanced way of thinking. We must not forget that around the same time, mitochondria were not the only living matter to be incorporated into cellular life forms, but that some cells also combined with cyanobacteria. And what happened to them, you might ask? They became self-sustaining organisms that required only sunlight for survival, without needing to go through all the trouble of searching for food. All they had to do was to maximize their surface area to catch as much sunlight as possible. I am sure you have figured out by now that these became plants. Though this explanation may be a bit diluted, now you know the basic difference between plants and animals. We can say with relative surety that our ability to move and think as we do is solely the result of our symbiosis with mitochondria. The professor began explaining the evolution of all things as he pointed to a map outlining just that. At the base of the diagram was a thick trunk labeled Our Ancestral Life Forms, which joined up with another trunk labeled Mitochondria. From there, they separated into 3 paths: plants, animals, and fungi. Halfway up, the plants branch merged into one line with chloroplasts, extending itself from the cyanobacteria trunk. Kiyomi thought the mitochondria trunk looked the most robust in this diagram. The image on the screen returned to the previous photograph of mitochondria, and Ishihara continued. However, as they are now, mitochondria do not have the ability to multiply at will. To this very day, we have no idea exactly how mitochondria divide. What we have concluded through extensive research is that they are somehow controlled by genes in the nucleus. What we have concluded through extensive research is that they are somehow controlled by genes in the nucleus. When mitochondria first parasitized our cellular ancestors, they must have had an inherent genetic code which told them to propagate. But soon, mitochondria inserted this code into the nuclear genes of their hosts. And so now, mitochondria have only a fraction of their original genetic code left. The process by which mitochondria divide, as well as the creation of the proteins that comprise them, all begin with the nucleus. Mitochondria, therefore, put their all into producing energy. From their point of view, they have it pretty easy considering that the nucleus does all the hard work. The sugars and fats needed to make energy are provided by the host cell. Things aren't bad for the host cell either because, supplied with materials, mitochondria create high-quality energy that the host could never generate on its own. In short, mitochondria have sustained an excellent symbiotic relationship with their hosts. In short, mitochondria have sustained an excellent symbiotic relationship with their hosts' cells since long ago, much in the same way that we do with intestinal microbes. At this point, Ishihara paused to take a sip of water. Kiyomi's heart was beating so fast it was about to jump out of her chest. She had been too enraptured to notice that she was panting like a dog, her mouth hanging wide open. She became aware of herself when the professor stopped. She was surprised at her behavior and swallowed back her saliva with a gulp. Her heart pounded away like there was no tomorrow. Having no other way out, her breath escaped audibly from her nose in a steady rhythm. Kiyomi was ashamed. She covered her face with her hands, trying to quiet herself as much as she could. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath. She was confused. Why did she have such an interest in all of this? Why was she so enchanted by it? These were questions for which she had no answers. Kiyomi's forehead was dotted with sweat, as were her chest and inner thighs. Her dress clung to her skin. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, where the sticky sensation remained. Kiyomi opened her eyes, removed a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed her neck and forehead. When she looked back to the screen, Ishihara was discussing mitochondrial DNA, explaining how it brought about abnormalities associated with the aging process. This had to do with something called active oxygen. The genetic mutations in mitochondria, he explained, were responsible for many diseases. He then moved on to the inheritance of mitochondrial genes by our descendants. Mitochondrial genes are interesting in that they are passed along by the mother. At the time of conception, mitochondria in the sperm enter into the egg as well, but in most cases, this paternal DNA does not multiply in a fertilized egg. Because only maternal DNA reproduces, the mitochondria of any given child are nearly identical to that of its mother. As a result, the genes are ultimately passed down matrilinearly. Even so, diseases caused by mitochondrial genes are not all inherited from the mother's side. This is a mystery not even current research has been able to clarify. We have only recently come to know that the genes are not passed on entirely maternally. This is a rather complicated issue, so let us move on. The rate of pictures decreased, changing to brightly colored graphs and various other diagrams. These images looked to have been rendered by computer and did not excite Kiyomi as much as the microscope photography. The professor continued talking about mitochondrial genes for 5 minutes. In the meantime, Kiyomi's heartbeat slowed down from its violent pounding to a more subdued pace before eventually returning to normal. She breathed a sigh of relief and sat upright, trying her best to concentrate on Ishihara's lecture as he moved on to the next topic. She breathed a sigh of relief and sat upright, trying her best to concentrate on Ishihara's lecture as he moved on to the next subtopic. We have all experienced stress, whether with people we encounter in school, at home, or in the workplace. Ours has been called the most stressful age in the history of civilization, but I believe stress is simply inevitable once we have the very act of sharing our lives with those around us. This is very much similar to the relationship between mitochondria and their host cells. When two different entities live in a sealed environment, stress is created. In fact, as stress is exerted upon the cells, so-called stress proteins are activated within them. These proteins allow the symbiosis between mitochondria and the nucleus to run smoothly. Ishihara proceeded to explain, with the use of simple visuals, that there were various types of stress proteins within cells, that one of their jobs was to move enzymes into mitochondria, and that when the stress proteins died off, this resulted in mitochondrial mutations. Kiyomi's heart was now perfectly at ease. She looked at her hands, only to find they were knotted tightly, the only indication of agitation she'd experienced. She opened and closed them a few times to loosen them up and smiled to herself. Just then, The screen changed yet again, and a large bar graph appeared. Ishihara explained these were the results of their lab experiment. They had examined the degree to which enzymes were still transferred into mitochondria when stress proteins were systemically affected. The horizontal axis named the various stress proteins, from which extended bars of varying heights. From this, we can see that when some of the stress proteins decay, mitochondria become unable to produce enzymes sufficiently. This lack of mitochondrial function appears to be linked to many diseases. Kiyomi was staring at the screen, following the bright red dot of Ishihara's laser pointer. After he had finished and told the assistant to move on to the next slide, Kiyomi happened to notice something small written in Roman alphabets in the bottom right-hand corner. Her chest popped. Whoop! It came so abruptly that she let out a small cry and pitched herself forward. The slide projector clicked again, and another bar graph appeared on the screen. Kiyomi ran her eyes frantically from corner to corner and found the same letters written there. Again, her heart erupted. Professor Ishihara went on, but Kiyomi could no longer hear what he was saying. Again, the click of the projector. Again, the screen changed to another bar graph. Surely enough, the same letters on the bottom right-hand corner. 3 times this intense jolt swept through her. Her body lurched audibly off her seat. She felt everyone's eyes on her, but could make out none of them in her daze. Her heart was going to explode. Kiyomi clutched her chest in a desperate attempt to calm herself. She opened her mouth and tried to speak, but only a painful wheeze escaped. Her breaths grew shorter by the moment. Her face was on fire. Her heart was thundering. Somewhere in the jumble of her mind, she tried frantically to rationalize what was happening to her. The fine printed lettering on the screen, Kiyomi had not even read it all. In a brief moment of lucidity, she strained to remember what it said. Everything was turning foggy. Someone ran up to her. She remembered now. The words floated into her mind's eye as clearly as the pulse throbbing inside her brain. Nagashima, T. et al., J. Biol, Chem, 266, 3266, 1991. There was something familiar there. Something in the name. T. Thump. Toshiaki. Yes, that was it. Thump. Toshiaki Nagashima. Thump. She had heard that name before. She knew him from somewhere. Of course, she thought, he's the one I met when I first came to college. Thump, thump, thump. Are you okay? A voice from afar. Someone was trying to lift her. Kiyomi saw the person's face just before dizziness overwhelmed her. Ah, it's him. At the same time, she heard a different voice from deep inside her heart. He is the one. A massive convulsion racked her entire body. She buried her face in the stranger's arm, entrusting her shivering body to him. Kiyomi lost consciousness before she could ask, "Who?" Chapter 12. Mariko had been up and about for a week now. Her body was weary from sleeping so much, and her legs were a bit wobbly. Still, it was better than having to endure being bedridden any longer. From her bed, she had seen only white walls and the machinery that surrounded her. But now she could walk over to the windows and gaze out into the courtyard. Leaves and branches were vibrant with lush green. She looked upon them intently, almost breaking a sweat, imagining the heat that awaited her outside. She had only recently been given more freedom in where she could go. Whereas before she had to remain in her room, she could now wander through the ward, and starting tomorrow, she would be able to go to the hospital store and even take showers. Dr. Yoshizumi and the nurses were all exceedingly glad that her recovery was going so smoothly, but she was indifferent to what she thought to be a false play of emotions. Everyone was trying so desperately to understand what she was going through. Being constantly surrounded by so much anxiety made her even more depressed. Her father came to visit her at night. He was in his usual suit and tie. "Isn't he hot in those clothes?" she wondered. They probably had good air conditioning at work. With a feeble smile, he raised a hand to her in greeting. "How are you feeling?" Always that line. Always asking something he could just tell by a single look. Mariko sighed. "Can I get you anything? I can get you a book or something if you want." She knew he was forcing his smile, and she was getting annoyed. "Can I have some money then?" "What did you say?" Her father was somewhat taken aback by her sudden request, as it was the most substantial thing she had said to him in weeks. "Money. They said I can go to the hospital store tomorrow. I'll just buy something myself." Her father grew quiet, and for a long while neither said anything. At last, a humming sound broke the silence. A car in the distance, or a noise from the ventilation. When it ended, Anzai sighed. "Mariko," he said, "why are you being so stubborn? Tell me, please." Silence. "You were so happy the first time, weren't you? I thought you were glad to be out of the hospital and back in school. Why are you so unhappy this time? Do you just hate transplants? Did you like dialysis better? What is it? Say something." Silence. "Mariko." She wondered how much longer she could keep her mouth shut. Anzai was at a loss for words and gave up. They heard the hum again. Mariko simply did not understand anymore. Why had her father wanted to give her a kidney so badly? "Dad?" Her father looked up. "Dad, did you really want to give me your kidney?" "What are you saying?" He was clearly upset, but she could not take it back now. She glared at him. It was her father this time who averted his eyes. "You really didn't mind doing that? Weren't you just annoyed that I was sick? If Mom were still alive, wouldn't you have wanted her to give up her kidney instead?" On top of that, it was my fault. Stop it! The sound of a slap shot through the air. Slowly but surely, her cheek began to swell with pain. For a good while, Mariko could not process what had happened. When she looked at her father, he was shaking, looking at the floor. Hidden as it was in shadow, she could not see his face very well, but he seemed to be choking down some harsh words. After some time, he left, and Mariko stared for a long time up at the dark ceiling. Occasionally, the humming noise came faintly to her ears. Listening to it, she thought it sounded like magma shifting deep within the earth. Mariko has come back to us from the hospital today. Her homeroom teacher had announced her return as Mariko stood in front of the whole class. All eyes in the room were locked upon her. The kids in the front row were staring, and the boys in the back were craning their necks just to get a better view. Mariko here has just been through transplant surgery. She received a kidney from her father. For a long time, she has been unable to play any serious sports. But from now on, I think she will be joining you for lunch and after-school activities. I want you all to get her filled in on what she missed while she was in the hospital and to offer your help whenever she needs it. Mariko felt slightly embarrassed and kept her head down. But in her heart, she was elated to be back. She could finally be with her friends again. Something flickered in the corner of her eye. Mariko turned to see a friend grinning, flashing a small peace sign at her and mouthing the syllables, "Congrats!" Mariko flashed back the sign briefly so the teacher wouldn't notice. School was just like always, and her peers treated her no differently than before. Her classes had gone a little further ahead since the last time she was there. She was a bit lost in math and science at first, but her friends drilled her on the new material and helped her to get back up to speed. Before long, Mariko's life was back to the way it used to be before dialysis. She was glad to be on even footing again with everyone else. She was held back only from PE. It had been decided there was no need to rush her back into it. They'd wait and see for a while. At the time, they were practicing swimming in gym class. Mariko sat at the pool's edge to admire everyone's vigor, which sometimes sent water splashing playfully in her direction. As she watched her classmates take turns practicing their crawl strokes, Mariko felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen. When she pressed her hand gently upon it, it felt like she had a tumor inside of her. The operation scar was clearly visible on her side. Her tendons had stiffened around the sutures, and little bumps were raised up along the scar. It twisted around like a centipede whenever she turned her waist. She did not much care for this little memento, since it was a permanent reminder that her father's kidney lay embedded just beneath it. Some time had passed since the transplant, but she still felt a certain incompatibility. Usually it did not bother her so much, but during gym, when she watched the swimmers' bodies with their unblemished sides, she was soberly reminded of her own imperfection. Once she was conscious of it, a series of traumatic hospital memories always came back against all will. One time, she felt the kidney moving during swim practice, and the sensation refused to go away even after the class ended. She wondered, why does it hurt so much? Maybe it's because my dad's kidney doesn't belong in me. The thought gave her the chills. What if I get sick again? What if this kidney fails too? I'll probably have to go back on dialysis, and I won't be free like this ever again. She did not have to think of these things. There was no reason for any of it to happen. Every time she fell into these reveries, her pessimism snowballed. Her father had already given her one kidney. If this one failed, she could not get another one. Or that's what she'd thought. Her turn for a donated organ would not come anytime soon. Dr. Yoshizumi had told her. She would have to wait a long time before a donor of her type would appear. That's why they'd registered her right away. She couldn't tell her father she didn't want a second transplant. He'd yell at her. That was the only reason why she let them go through the motions as far as she was concerned. Mariko couldn't decide if she wanted another transplant. She tried her best not to think about it. When, during her resumed dialysis sessions, she imagined undergoing another transplant operation, she felt a painful tightening in her chest. She would close her eyes and clench her teeth. All the tasty dishes she'd been able to eat again. All the fun she'd be able to have. The thoughts came pouring to her, and she didn't know what to think anymore. She could only wonder why'd she done what she'd done. When had it all began? Mariko searched her memories. When? Splashing water, it sounded familiar. Swimming class, she wondered. No, that wasn't it. Voices echoed from memory, growing louder. They began as stirring, then changed into cheers. Again, splashing water. There was yelling, which grew louder and louder, threatening to burst her eardrums. In a flash, the scene folded out before her. There was a bright blue sky. A single cloud floated across it as if reflected upon water. The cheering enveloped her. She stood up along with everyone else and gave her own cry of encouragement. The sound of splashing water threaded itself through all the shouting and into her ears. Yes, this was it, the day of the intramural swimming tournament. After the individual events were done, it came time for the relay race. 3 boys and 3 girls from every 6th grade class in a 25-meter relay. Not only was it the last tournament of grade school, but the last race as well. This raised this excitement to a fevered pitch. By the time the 4th swimmer jumped into the pool, Mariko's class was in 2nd place. The leading class was 5 meters ahead, but there was still enough time to turn things around. Everyone was swimming their best that day. Mariko and her classmates gripped the pool's edge, leaning over as they rooted their team on, forgetting that they were getting drenched. The 4th swimmer in Mariko's class touched the wall just a few seconds short of the 1st place team. Not a moment later, a huge amount of water sprayed up into the air as the fifth swimmer jumped into the pool. She was the last girl on the team. After staying underwater for 5 meters, she rose back up to the surface. When she was visible again, there were only 3 meters between her and first place. "Let's go!" shouted Mariko in unison with her friend next to her. But the distance between them didn't shrink any farther as the two maintained their interval for 20 meters. The anchors for each class were preparing for the change-off. Mariko's friend nudged her with an elbow. "Hey, look, Mariko. Aoyama is anchor for Class 1. Mariko did a double take. It was him, all right. Sporting a dark tan, perhaps from practicing at the pool on Sundays too. He was standing on the diving board, shouting and beckoning his teammate on as she swam towards him. That was when Mariko's kidney began to ache. She frowned and pressed a hand to her side. She'd forgotten about her transplant until she'd seen Aoyama's suntanned figure just now. Her heart was racing. She tried to shake off the pain, raised her voice along with the crowd, then looked to see which place Class 1 was in. She started 3rd place. 2 big splashes filled the air, one right after the other, as anchors from the first team and Mariko's team plunged in. The cheering became even more frantic. "Just a little more!" shouted Aoyama. He was leaning out over the end of the diving board, only 1 or 2 meters remaining before his teammate would touch the edge of the pool. The first place swimmer and Mariko's classmate surfaced. They both took a breath and made their first stroke at the very same moment, with the same 3 meters still separating them. Mariko could not take her eyes off Aoyama. She knew that cheering for her class was more important right now, but all she could do was stare at him as he called out from the diving board. His teammate touched. A moment later, Aoyama jumped in, flying farther into the air than Mariko had ever seen anyone do before. He painted a beautiful line above the pool, and from his fingertips to his feet, cut into the water with the utmost precision. Mariko heard no splash from his dive, and in fact, all of the sounds around her had disappeared. Her own voice, her friends, the screaming of the crowd, all was hushed as if frozen in time. It was like suddenly being in a silent film. Aoyama surfaced. He turned his head to the side, took a breath, and plunged his left hand, thumb first, into the water to propel himself forward. Mariko then saw that the feet of her team anchor were in line with Aoyama's outstretched fingertips. Aoyama was gaining. Her throat was sore from shouting so much, but she cheered on. She kept hollering even though she could not hear herself. She had no idea who she was rooting for. She wanted to support her class, but her eyes were locked on Aoyama. As they approached the goal, Aoyama and Mariko's teammate were head to head. Aoyama turned his face to breathe. Mariko felt their eyes meet. She gasped. Her kidney ached. She fell silent and just gazed at Aoyama. The first place anchor touched the wall, followed soon by second and third. The pool darkened for a moment as clouds covered the sun overhead. Aoyama had won by a fraction of a second. Suddenly, the roar of the crowd returned. The noise crashed into her ears like an avalanche. Everyone threw up their arms and yelled as loud as they could. Her friend hopped over to her. "We still made third place, Mariko!" She rejoined the cheering with a smile upon her face. Aoyama was president of his class. He was a little on the light side, but excelled at sports. He was pretty articulate and was always quick to make people laugh. Mariko had never been in the same class with him, but had been interested in him ever since 5th grade. She never spoke to him, since he was usually found to be chatting animatedly with the throng of girls that seemed to follow him everywhere. She felt they wouldn't get along anyways. Being the sporty type that he was, Aoyama probably liked cheerful, athletic girls, Mariko had always assumed. She'd been in bad shape from dialysis, and now she'd just had transplant surgery. And while she'd probably be able to do gym again someday, she couldn't be termed healthy at a stretch. She was short, and she had that scar on her side. She had to take drugs every day like some sick person. It was hopeless. Even so, she asked Dr. Yoshizumi if she was okay now. She wanted him to tell her she was cured for life, but his answer was quite the opposite. If she forgot to take her medicines at all, her new organ would be rejected. Under no circumstances could she treat her situation casually. Mariko simply nodded at the doctor's words. She knew he was telling the truth. Why did she have to get kidney failure in the first place? She never hated her body so much as now. She wondered how things might have been if she hadn't gotten sick. She'd have been able to play sports. Still, she was happy enough to chance upon him in the hallway. After class, she would go out of her way to walk past his homeroom and peek inside to get a look at him. Even though it was in the opposite direction of where her locker was. After she passed by his classroom, she would turn around and go down the hall, taking the roundabout way, walking an entire lap through the school building. Whenever Aoyama was not there, she would act cool and continue walking. But if he was there, she could barely contain her happiness, and her steps would lag. That was her mistake. With summer vacation over and in 2 weeks into September, everyone was just coming out of their hot weather days. Classes were done for the day, and Mariko went over to look at Aoyama as usual. She craned her neck and scanned the classroom's interior. He was not there today. She was about to continue on in disappointment when she heard a voice address her. "What you doing there, Mariko?" She stopped dead in her tracks. When she looked in again, she saw 2 boys sitting on the desks. They had huge grins on their faces. There were hardly any other students in the room. "Why'd you always take a peek?" She had shared a class with these 2 the year before. They were known for sticking their noses where they did not belong and being pushy towards girls. Mariko and her friends disliked them. "So what if I did?" she shot back in a callous tone in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. But this only encouraged the pair. One of them cut to the point. "Ooh, I get it. You like Aoyama. That's why you're always hanging around here after class." They'd figured her out. Mariko felt her face turn completely red. She wanted to say something, but just stood there stuttering. Too bad. You just missed him. You know, he told us puffy-faced chicks aren't his type anyway. The two started laughing. Mariko turned back on her heel, wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. But just as she was about to run away, she'd heard those dreadful words. Hey, I heard you got a kidney from your dad. Her legs froze. Aw, it went breaky, so you had to get help from your daddy. How cute. Why were they saying these things to her? It had nothing to do with Aoyama. If only she could cover her ears and block their words. Her body had frozen. She couldn't move a finger. She wanted nothing more than to disappear at that moment. But the boys went on. She's just like that Frankenstein monster, don't you think? One of them said to the other. She wants to live, even if it means taking someone else's kidney. Oh, what a greedy little girl. What a freak. I bet her body's all patched up. I wonder if she can even take a piss. Their guffaws rang in her head like horrid bells. She wanted so much to tell them to stop, to say that she wasn't a monster, and that she wasn't put together from dead people like that creation of Dr. Frankenstein, but nothing came out. Stop it, you guys! A voice cried out, and the moment she heard it, Mariko fell forward as the tension in her body snapped. Her head made an awful sound against the hallway tile. As she tried clearing her blurred vision, she saw a group of girls quarreling with the boys, but she could not make out who they were. She ran away. A voice called out from behind her, "Mariko, wait!" But she ignored it. The distance to her locker had never felt so long. She changed her shoes hastily and ran home with all her might, not stopping once on the way. By the time she got to her house, she was short of breath. Her side was in terrible pain, her surroundings distorted through tears. When she walked in the door, she immediately removed all of her immunosuppressants from their pouch, tore open the packages, and threw the multicolored capsules and pills into the toilet. She pushed down on the handle and watched as they swirled around and flowed down the pipe out of sight, leaving only a gurgling sound in their wake. I am not a monster. Mariko crouched in front of the toilet bowl, buried her face between her knees, and cried there in the bathroom, her body convulsing in unison with her sobs. It was not long before rejection set in. Mariko was taken to the ICU right away. She clearly remembered Dr. Yoshizumi's expression of disbelief that day. "Why didn't you take your medicines?" he asked. But the question fell on deaf ears. I did take them. Yoshizumi was unconvinced. If you had, then you wouldn't be here right now. I took them, just like you said. You shouldn't lie, Mariko. You're not well. Why did you do this? Didn't I tell you to take your meds every day? Didn't I warn you? Yoshizumi's voice was tinged with despair. He'd probably tried his best not to sound that way, but Mariko didn't miss the tone. We're going to have to take it out now. After all they'd gone through, it had come to this. Yoshizumi, Mariko, and her father discussed a plan of action. Though Yoshizumi did most of the talking, he sat in front of Mariko's bed, looking at her pitifully, more, it seemed to her, for his own sake than hers. Her father reacted to each of the doctor's words in utter disbelief. I ruined my father's kidney, Mariko thought. She was afraid to imagine what he must have been thinking, but she couldn't keep terrible guesses from running rampant in her brain. Her father was naturally upset. His own child had rejected a most selfless sacrifice. She had been on her way to a normal life again, but had thrown away her only chance to get there through her own negligence. Mariko was sure her father thought that she was beyond saving. Yoshizumi must have shared that sentiment. After all the hardships they faced, despite having gone through all the necessary steps, she had repaid their diligent work with intolerable foolishness. Mariko was sure the doctor thought she was hopeless. She was sure. Mariko closed her eyes. The faint humming sound had faded into silence. Hot air from outside permeated the hospital room, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. The bed creaked faintly as she turned onto her side. She thought of school. She had no desire to return there. The laughter of those two boys was still trapped in her ears. If she did go back, it was only a matter of time before she became an object of ridicule again. It was an unbearable thought. If this was how people were going to treat her, then living a life of dialysis was, to her, the more favorable option. The next morning, a nurse came in, carrying a white bag filled with packages of immunosuppressants. Mariko wondered what would happen if she didn't take them. She would only need to pretend to swallow them and hide them in the back of her mouth. Then, when the nurse was not looking, she could spit them out and stuff them under her pillow. No one would suspect a thing. Then again, the doctor was sure to notice something eventually. In the heat, her thoughts soon grew vague and disjointed. As she drifted between wakefulness and sleep, she imagined scenes from the near future when this transplant would end in failure. Just then, she heard an indistinct noise. Her ears perked up in alarm. She stopped breathing and listened for nearly a minute, but heard nothing. Just a figment of her imagination. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window. A streetlight threw jet black lines on her face, mimicking the blind that was lowered between them. She always had the same dream here of some unknown entity walking slowly with determined footsteps, her room as its goal. She wouldn't be able to run away. Her body was always paralyzed, her heart pounding close to bursting. And then her kidney would announce itself by moving around, enthralled by the strange presence approaching the door. The footsteps always stopped just outside the hospital room. Before long, the doorknob would begin to turn. She always woke up just as the door was about to open. But Mariko knew who the footsteps belonged to. The donor. The corpse from whom she had stolen a vital organ had come to reclaim it. She was reminded of a strange little comic book she once read long before her kidney problems even began. A friend had bought it for her. Mariko didn't remember the author's name or the title, and could only vaguely recall the story. But still, she remembered clearly the shock of reading it. It had made her afraid to even go to the bathroom alone. The story centered around a young girl who was paralyzed after falling down a flight of stairs. All the doctors judged her dead from the fall, even though she was fully conscious and aware of her surroundings. Her total lack of bodily control hindered her from telling them that she was still alive. The girl was brought into the operating room and designated as a heart donor. She tried desperately to make everyone notice she was alive, to no avail, and had to watch as her heart was cut out. But after the girl was buried, her grudge became insatiable. Wanting nothing more than to take back what was rightfully hers, she resurrected herself from the grave. After that, Mariko remembered only at the end of the story, the zombie girl tracked down the recipient and gouged out her heart. That girl was drawn with horrifying features, and the image had always stuck in the back of Mariko's mind. When she'd first heard about the kidney donation, the comic was the first thing that had come to her mind. She still had no idea what kind of person her donor had been. Though she asked the nurse about it repeatedly, she was always given the same indirect answer. Maybe her donor wasn't actually dead. Maybe she was still conscious like the girl in the comic and wanted somehow to let Mariko know that she was alive. Dr. Yoshizumi had gone ahead with the operation in spite of her terrible helplessness and had taken the kidney, leaving the donor no choice but to wander in search of vengeance. The footsteps in her dream could belong to no one else. Sooner or later, the zombie would come to seize this kidney from Mariko's body. It would tear open a hole in her side and run away with the prize in its hands and malicious words upon its lips. Someday the door would open. Then she would die a horrible, bloody death on that very bed. Chapter 13. The hot days pressed on, but Toshiaki continued to work without pause. The ventilation system in his office left something to be desired, while the air conditioning in the cultivation and machinery rooms gave him new reason to be conducting experiments. It certainly beat out lazing away in his sauna-like apartment. Eve 1's replication had gone on uninhibited. Since adding clofibrate, a peroxisome proliferator, the speed of division had risen. Eve 1 had clearly taken well to the induction. Even so, Toshiaki's curiosity was far from satisfied. Clofibrate was just one peroxisome proliferator, and other variants could yield an even higher rate of division. Toshiaki took out all the available peroxisome proliferators from the refrigerator and added a sample of Eve 1 to each. He also tried adding retinic acid and various other growth factors. An article had linked the induction of beta enzymes in mitochondria by peroxisome to the fact that peroxisome attached to retinoid receptors, a DNA-binding protein that also perhaps coded enzymes. Toshiaki gauged the intake of tritium-labeled thymidine to measure any potential increase in Eve 1's propagative capacity. The results surpassed his expectations. Multiplication was exponentially higher with a simultaneous medication of retinic acid and peroxisome. The printout showed figures beyond anything Toshiaki had ever seen before. Doctor?" came a voice unexpectedly from behind him. He looked up from the data on his desk to see Asakura standing there. "What is it?" he answered, at last, remembering she was still there. Asakura hid her face a little, seemingly at a loss for words. She was not her usual confident self. After being urged a few times, she finally got to the point. "I think I might work on preparing for my speech." "Oh, of course. And so I was thinking I'd like to take a break from Eve 1 for a little while at least, and resume with the experiments I was working on before." Toshiaki was so engrossed in Eve 1 that he had forgotten all about her presentation. The Japanese Biochemical Society met once every year. It was a large-scale event that allowed Japan's biochemists and molecular biologists to gather under one roof and share the fruits of their research. This time, it was being held in September near the university. It was customary for a few people from their seminar course to make an appearance every year and talk about biofunctional pharmaceuticals. One objective of the program was to have every master's student give a speech at least once while still enrolled. Doctoral students had ample opportunity to write articles and present at conferences. But the only chance for undergraduate and master's students to give any sort of scholarly presentation in front of a crowd was at graduation. An academic conference was therefore the perfect opportunity to give them such experience. In addition, it trained them to form logical ideas and learn how to convey them to others. It undoubtedly felt good for the students to share the knowledge they had worked so hard to attain, but it was also a stressful event that they were often never completely primed for. This was to be Asakura's first conference, and she wanted to be ready, yet she still did not know which slides to use or how to structure her presentation. Toshiaki should have been more attentive, but he'd neglected her for his own obsessions. "Yes, of course, I'm sorry. Let's interrupt the Eve 1 analysis for a while." At those words, an expression of relief came to Asakura's face. Toshiaki checked to see that her slide data were all in order. She would need to include blotting graphs, so he arranged to teach her the following day how to use the scanner. That night, just before he was about to leave for home, Toshiaki checked on Eve 1. Asakura was conducting an absorbency test in the mechanical room. Though he told her he would stop analyzing Eve 1, Toshiaki secretly decided to continue with it on his own. For the time being, he wanted to see what exactly he had accomplished by adding peroxisome perforators and retsonic acids. He plucked a culture flask from the incubator and placed it under the microscope. As he adjusted the lenses and peered through, the shapes of lively cells came into focus. For the time being, the miracle shown in Eve 1 was far more important to him than anything being announced at any academic gathering. Toshiaki was also on the bill, but the data he was presenting was already 6 months old, a far cry from his Eve 1 findings. Generally, the application deadline to participate in the meeting was about a half a year before the day it was held. The theme of one's speech needed to be sent along with the form, and no matter how much viable data arose afterwards, one was not allowed to include them in the presentation unless they had a direct bearing on the submitted theme. A last-minute change was out of the question. However, Toshiaki was now driven by a strong impulse to report this year on Eve 1. If he were to reveal the information he had gathered over the past weeks, there was no telling how dramatic the response would be. This was first-rate material. It would be a blast of a wake-up call to all mitochondrial researchers. Research institutes from all around the world would request that samples of Eve 1 be provided to them. Kiyomi cells would live on everywhere. Just the thought of it made him ecstatic. At the base of the flask, Eve 1 had formed numerous colonies. This despite the fact that he had taken care to leave only a thin layer the night before. His eyes widened at the unbelievable rate of propagation. He had to put the proliferation regimen at that of cancer cells or even lower, or else Eve 1 would fill a flask in just a day. Thankfully, he'd started out with a small sample, and there had been no adverse effects, unless this was just another sign of the cell's strength. Toshiaki looked at the colony in the center. At that moment, he heard a sound. At first he thought it was a fly buzzing around. It sounded like it was coming from overhead, but he also felt it beneath the floor. Before long, it increased in volume. Surprised, Toshiaki removed his eyes from the microscope and looked around him. The drone grew even louder. He knew it was coming from somewhere nearby. There was a definite power in it. It rose, then softened, inscribing waves into the air. His body began to resonate. It was as if The very electrons inside of him were being stimulated. He gazed at the flask on the microscope stage. The cultivation liquid was rippling inside the flask. Where the microscope's light illuminated it, orange-colored rings welled up, spread out, and then diffused. Toshiaki gulped. The noise became louder still. Ripples hit the walls of the flask and formed complex crest patterns, one after another. "It's Eve 1, he shouted in his heart. "Eve 1 is breathing!" He put his eyes back to the lenses. The colony was pulsating. With a thump, its surface rose and fell. It was swelling and contracting, like a heart. It was as though the colony had become a collective life form. In the short while he'd taken his eyes off it, it had even grown. The cells multiplying and spreading out so that the entire lens field was now filled by the colony. With every writhing thump, the field vibrated. It was a little while before Toshiaki could accept the fact that the cells were causing the waves in the cultivation field and were also responsible for the sound. He was enchanted by the display. He had never seen anything like it before. It was like looking at a new life form. But that wasn't the end of it. Toshiaki gulped down his breath. The colony was rising up in the center like a mountain. Two rounded areas began to cave in on either side a little above this peak. Further down, a single horizontal crack appeared. The cells on the upper end of the colony started changing form rapidly, becoming thin like fibroblasts. They started lining up in one direction. "Holy!" Toshiaki moaned. What was appearing there was a human face. The entire colony was working together to form a face. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and then hair were rendered. The cells were not done yet. They continued to divide and multiply, and the face progressed from a rough-hewn image to one with a mannequin-like delicacy. There was no mistaking it. A human face that Toshiaki had seen before was emerging in fine relief. What the... Kiyomi. It was Kiyomi's face, and it was looking directly at him. The cells had revived every detail, down to her pupils and fleshy lips. Nothing changed from when she was alive. The cells ceased, leaving a perfect replica of her face at the bottom of the flask. Toshiaki gazed fixedly upon it. His throat was dry. The mouth moved. Kiyomi's lips and tongue moved to form 4 distinct syllables in succession. A much different sound echoed from the flask. No, Toshiaki was unsure if he had actually heard it or not. Perhaps it had resonated inside of him. Either way, he understood. Toshiaki. That was what it had said. "Kiyomi!" he yelled out. He was not insane. This was Kiyomi. She had come back to him. He called out to her in desperation. Kiyomi! It's me! I can hear you! Kiyomi! Can you hear my voice? He heard a sound at the cultivation room door. Toshiaki looked up quickly to glimpse a shadow in the frosted glass. Someone was watching him. Had his voice been heard? He sprang to the door and looked into the hallway, but no one was there. Whoever it was had run away. Asakura? Perhaps, but he didn't go out into the hallway to check. He returned to the microscope, but now all he could see were the small colonies from before. No matter how much he strained his eyes, he could see nothing even resembling Kiyomi's face. Silence returned. All evidence of what had just transpired was gone. Toshiaki stood there for a long while in amazement. Chapter 14. Are you okay? Came Toshiaki's voice, prompting Kiyomi back to her senses. She awoke to find herself lying on a couch. There was a blackboard above her and a large bookshelf against the opposite wall, lined neatly with hardcover volumes with English titles. It looked like a classroom at the university, but when she saw there was no equipment of any kind, figured it was a faculty lounge. Kiyomi gave an affirmatory nod and stood up. She then remembered what happened and immediately placed a hand on her chest. She remained in this position for a while, checking her heartbeat, and felt its usual, quiet, regular activity. Feeling relieved, she composed herself and sat down on the couch. Soon a young man stood up next to her and peered worriedly into her face. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm so sorry to trouble you, she said, bowing her head lightly. Well, I'd still take it easy for a while just to be safe. He scratched his head a little. This is our seminar room. It's Sunday, so no one will bother us here. Can I get you some water or anything? If it's not too much trouble, I'll have a glass of water. Sure, no problem at all. Wait here, I'll be right back. He smiled gently to put her at ease and left. The room was blanketed in silence. Kiyomi bent down her head, sighed in relief, and fixed her collar. The young man's face floated in her vision like an after-image. It was the face she had noticed behind her in the lecture hall right before the slides began. The face she had seen just before she fainted. She remembered falling into his arms, the warmth in her cheeks. Kiyomi thought of the letters on the screen. She searched her memory for what they said. A person's name. She closed her eyes and tried calling them back from memory. Nagashima. That was the name, or something like it. Startled, Kiyomi opened her eyes and looked up. I'm such an idiot, she thought, at last recalling who the young man was. He came back into the room with a mug in one hand. Here you go, he said with a smile, and handed it to her. She leaned forward and put it to her lips. Iced oolong tea flowed soothingly down her throat. Thank you. Mr. Nagashima, right? Sorry if I'm mixing you up with someone else. For a moment, Toshiaki made to speak, then stared at her face. She knew he was going to ask how she knew his name. "We met once, 2 years ago." She smiled as cheerfully as she could. "At the orientation party. You probably don't remember me. I was just a freshman then. My name is Kiyomi Kataoka." Toshiaki looked to be at a loss before a broad smile came to his face. "Ah, I remember now." They then talked about it for about half an hour. He apologized for not remembering her. She had thought him to be very calm and collected then, and now, talking with him again after such a long time, this impression grew even stronger. Back then, he'd said he was a first-year master's student, so she was not surprised to learn that he had graduated already and was now working on his PhD. Kiyomi made no efforts to hide her respect. "He's so different from me," she thought. "He knows exactly what he wants to do with his life." Toshiaki explained with a laugh how obsessed he was with his work. She thought it was wonderful when he smiled like that. She probably would have talked with him more had Ishihara not interrupted them. He had just come back from finishing his presentation. Upon recognizing Kiyomi, he spoke to her in an almost melodramatic way. "Are you okay, young lady? You really gave us quite a scare back there." Kiyomi apologized for the inconvenience and bowed her head. The professor talked to her with a paternal solicitousness, asking if she had ever had a fit before, and recommended that she'd have a doctor take a look at her. She answered all of his questions until he was satisfied. "Nagashima, take her home, will ya? Just so she'll have someone with her in case she has a relapse." As she got into the passenger seat, Kiyomi thanked Toshiaki numerous times for the ride. "Now, stop apologizing. I'm running out of rejoinders," he said with an embarrassed smile. Kiyomi apologized. He started to laugh. She laughed as well. The following Sunday, they went out together for lunch, and afterwards for a drive. They exchanged phone numbers. Kiyomi called him the next day. The day after that, Toshiaki called her late in the evening. From that moment on, their relationship was sealed. Toshiaki was busy with his experiments for school, and even though they met on Sundays, he wasn't able to spend all day with her. Since he dealt constantly with cells and animals, he could not afford to take an entire day off. Nevertheless, he managed his time to accommodate her as much as possible. When he was working on an experiment and had free time only in the evening, they would rent a video to watch together. Regardless of his hectic schedule, Toshiaki could not get her out of his mind, and he came to like her more and more. Kiyomi wanted to know everything about him. For the most part ignorant about the details of his research, she usually asked about it whenever there was a break in the conversation. Toshiaki's face practically lit up as he told her about his work in his eager, accessible way. His eyes were so lively when discussing his research. Kiyomi was in love with his passion. It was amazing being with a man so devoted to his pursuits. "Because I provided that data to Professor Ishihara." Kiyomi had asked Toshiaki why she'd seen his name on the slides that open house day. I got some useful data when I was still a master's student, and the professor told me I should write an article. I knew I'd be going on to get my PhD, so I suppose that drove me too. It was hard since I had to write it all in English, but it ended up being included in a pretty good publication, the Journal of Biological Chemistry. Is it famous? It's first rate, actually. It contains biochemistry-related articles, and it's read worldwide. The slides you saw were included in my article. You might know this already, but scientific journals are divided into two types: those with articles and those with commentaries and more general information. You've probably seen magazines like Newton, right? Sure. Those are the more general ones, but they aren't usually considered quote-unquote science. They're just designed to enlighten the general reader. The other, more technical ones devote their pages to reporting new discoveries made by working scientists. Researchers from all backgrounds read these journals and contribute articles on their own findings. Usually, they have to write them in English. These journals also have panels of respected professors. The committees read our submissions and decide what is fit to be published. If it's not up to par, they send it back and tell us to rewrite it. How did yours turn out? Well, I did this one experiment that wasn't as complete as it could have been. I was told that if I fleshed out my results, then everything would be fine. So I reworked it. They published it verbatim. I actually have a copy right here. Toshiaki handed her a pamphlet, every page of which was filled with finely printed English, accompanied by various diagrams. From what she saw flipping through the pages, it looked like a very dense reading, unsuitable for skimming over. Kiyomi expressed a heartfelt admiration towards Toshiaki for having accomplished this much. You have to write more articles, right? Well, to complete my PhD, I need to do 3 articles in English. My seminar professor included my name in one of his recent articles, so all I need is 1 more. Will it be put out in this journal again? No, you can't get published in a journal of this stature too many times. I want my work printed in an even higher ranking one. Higher? Scientific publications have different standards, and some are more influential than others. I think about the level of my research and decide where best to contribute it. Each journal also has its own theme. Some deal with a broad overview of science. Others specialize in unorthodox areas. Some having nothing to do with my own research. The ones with the most prestige are Nature, published in the UK, and the American Science. It's almost impossible to get published in those two. The next ones down on the list, for the field of biochemistry at least, would have to be Cell and the Journal of Biological Chemistry. Then this article must really be something. I should hope so, but it's not like I did it all on my own. I couldn't have done it without my professor's help. Also, an acquaintance of his is on the review panel, and I think that helped too. Good-natured Toshiaki could never boast without qualifying his own achievements. Kiyomi liked the way he smiled bashfully as he did so. The 3rd or 4th time they kissed, Toshiaki's tongue slid into her mouth. It felt so good. She felt feverish. She could tell her heartbeat had quickened too. Toshiaki's hand softly alighted on her bosom over her blouse. She was afraid he'd learn how aroused she was. Nevertheless, she responded by meeting his tongue with hers. She'd never felt such joy. He's the one, she thought. He's the one I've been waiting for. Kiyomi pulled herself away. What's wrong? Toshiaki asked suspiciously. I thought I heard a voice. A voice? He is the one I've been waiting for. There it is again, she screamed. Toshiaki held and calmed her, telling her there was no voice. She listened closely as she shivered in Toshiaki's arms, but could hear nothing any more. You're just imagining things, said Toshiaki while stroking her hair, but she was sure she'd heard it. It was the same voice she'd heard just before fainting in the lecture hall. It was high-pitched, but neither male nor female, and it seemed to come from nowhere. Toshiaki assured her everything was okay and placed a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Her heart had settled, but she was still trembling. Something bothering you? At the sound of Toshiaki's voice, Kiyomi came to her senses. He was sitting opposite her for breakfast. Nothing, she said with a smile. It was the first time she stayed with him until morning. She'd been very tense from the beginning, but Toshiaki had treated her with the utmost gentleness. Her body had been on fire. So shy, she had felt. Her chest had hardly been able to contain the wild beating of her heart. But he'd whispered in her ear that she was beautiful, and that made her happy. Chapter 15. After receiving word from the nurse that Mariko's urinary output was decreasing, Yoshizumi went to check on her. She had gained some weight, and according to the examination results, her blood creatine and BUN levels were on the rise. Yoshizumi prayed that things would work out this time. He came into the room to find the young girl lying on her bed. Her face was warm from a slight fever. Yoshizumi raised a hand in greeting, but the gesture was ignored. He flashed a pained smile to the nurse and sat down at Mariko's side. So, you're having trouble going to the bathroom. Is there anything else bothering you? Dunno, she answered, facing the other way. She had at last been responding to him the past few days. That said, she only answered bluntly, but for Yoshizumi this was a relative improvement. Maybe allowing her to walk around in the courtyard had lifted her spirits enough to instill some self-confidence. Her recovery was going smoothly. Any signs of infection or refusal had yet to appear. Beginning this week, the amount of adrenal steroids in the immunosuppressant solution had been reduced, and she had also been allowed outdoors. Her chances of developing infections from outside contaminants were negligible by now. If things continued this way, she could be released from the hospital soon. Any signs of organ rejection, however, would prolong her stay. Yoshizumi lightly disregarded her succinct "dunno." She was probably telling the truth. Patient awareness of the first stages of rejection was vague. Fever and weariness were common, but these were often the result of the patient's restricted water intake, so the situation had to be dealt with carefully. I just want to do a few more tests. There's still a possibility your new kidney could be rejected, but all signs so far point to a swift recovery. Upon Yoshizumi's mention of the word rejected, Mariko nearly jumped out of her skin, though her expression didn't change. We'll postpone you going out into the garden for a while, okay? I'd like to do an ultrasonic wave test on you. You remember we did that the first time? Silence. We'll just be listening to your blood flow. It only takes a minute or two. It won't hurt at all, I promise. We'll take a look at the results and judge from there. Mariko gave a wordless nod as a signal of consent. Upon seeing that, Yoshizumi told the nurse to prepare the Doppler meter. With this machine, they would be able to tell if the transplanted kidney was hypertrophic or if the blood flow was inadequate. Because this method was easily administered right there in the sick room, Yoshizumi used it whenever possible. He entrusted the nurse to handle things, smiled once more at Mariko, and left the room. Strolling down the long hallway towards the elevator lobby, he watched the daylight pour in through the windows, casting sunny rectangles across the floor. Does Mariko's condition indicate organ rejection? Yoshizumi turned the question over in his mind as he walked. He was still unsure after viewing the results so far. Organ rejection was becoming more and more infrequent in recent years thanks to the advancements in immunosuppressants. But there was a trade-off in that the new drug cyclosporin's toxicity was rather hard to gauge. There was no denying cyclosporin's efficacy. It was a necessary part of Mariko's treatment, but cyclosporin had the drawback of being renotoxic if too much of it accumulated in the bloodstream. At the city central hospital, blood samples were taken every morning to monitor the extent levels of the drug. The results of Mariko's monitoring were sent daily from the lab to Yoshizumi's office. From what he had seen already, her cyclosporin level was not rising dramatically, but he had a feeling that her blood creatine was. It could have meant either rejection or kidney poisoning, but from Yoshizumi's experience, he felt the former was more likely in this case. Why would the rejection be setting in now? Yoshizumi felt cheated. No, he was only being pessimistic because things had gone almost too smoothly. He was overwhelmed by doubt. Remembering that Mariko had stopped taking her medicine the first time, he stopped dead in his tracks. Could she be throwing away her drugs again? Nonsense. He shook his head. The presence of the immunosuppressants had been confirmed in the test results. He resumed his stride, head lowered in shame for having doubted her even a little. He wondered if he had ever expressed suspicion towards her without even knowing it. Maybe she was sensitive about this. It would certainly explain her hostility towards him. Maybe that was why she was so reluctant to open up to him. Yoshizumi took a deep breath and pressed the elevator button. The results of the wave test were finished and reported back to Yoshizumi. As he suspected, there was a noticeable decline in blood flow. He decided to take a needle biopsy from her kidney and scheduled a time with the nurse. Mariko was brought into the OR. Yoshizumi soon followed after disinfecting himself in the scrub room. The procedure was over in a few minutes. The sample then passed off to an assistant. "Send this to the biopsy department for me. I want an immunofluorescence examination, light micrograph, and electron micrograph. How long will it take?" "With the light micrograph, 20 minutes. "Okay, let's hope for the best." But as Yoshizumi exited the OR and stood by in the office, he could not control the anxiety welling up inside him. Would Mariko's kidney give out on him again? Would it need to be removed after all they had done? Were this a typical case, Yoshizumi would not have given it a second thought, and he was surprised at his own reluctance to do so if necessary. When Mariko's organ rejection had set in, she had been immediately rushed to the hospital. Her father had found her at home alone in terrible pain. Yoshizumi had been taken by surprise. Since leaving the hospital, she had been taking medications and coming in for periodic checkups to make sure her new organ was being accepted. When Mariko was brought into the ICU, Yoshizumi was shocked to find that the presence of immunosuppressants in her blood had decreased. Acute rejection. He took drastic measures and immediately gave her an injection of OKT-TAC3. But it was too late. Mariko received an emergency blood transfusion and dialysis, but her kidney had already become a threat to her very health. There was no choice but to extract it. Nothing was more depressing than extracting a transplanted organ. It meant reversing all the effort put into the treatment for many months by an entire staff. In fact, the patient's perceived quality of life would be lower than before the transplant. It was usually the surgeon who knew the positions of the blood vessels from the first op who was tasked with the extraction procedure. Preparing for it, for Yoshizumi, was the greatest possible humiliation. On the day of the extraction, it was drizzling outside. Yoshizumi watched it from his office window, regretting that he had not brought an umbrella with him. The gray sky seemed to see right through his heart. The extraction was performed in the same operating room as the transplant. The only difference was that Mariko already had a scar on her lower right abdomen. Yoshizumi reopened it with an electric scalpel. He was relieved to find that the transplanted kidney had not adhered to any of the surrounding anatomy. 6 months had passed since Mariko's transplant. Her rejection was not a gradual process, and all signs pointed to acute kidney failure. In cases of chronic rejection, inflammation often occurred which bonded the organ strongly to the abdominal wall, making it impossible to peel away all of the blood vessels without damaging them. In Mariko's case, Yoshizumi would have no such problems. From beginning to end, the operation was plagued by an oppressive atmosphere. Even when connecting the blood vessels with nylon thread, Yoshizumi was unable to allay his nerves. He knew it was a procedure which required precision, and he did not think himself fit to be extracting Mariko's transplanted kidney. The results were in. Yoshizumi confirmed that the kidney had been rejected again. Though the rejection was still slight, there was a large amount of PMN leukocytes in the capillaries and some thrombosis in the narrow renal artery. In the case of cyclosporin poisoning, there were usually minute glass-like grains in the arteries. Mariko's sample exhibited no such formation. He prescribed methylprednisolone. Had Mariko's condition been more severe, he would have used OKT-TAC3, but he saw no reason for it here. He would check up on her after 3 days of this treatment, then draw a conclusion, observing her closely for 1 week thereafter. Yoshizumi finished his instructions, took a breath, and swallowed some coffee. He went back to his desk and gazed absent-mindedly at the white steam rising from the cup. Mariko was a completely different person after the extraction. She lapsed into the deepest depression. Patients whose kidneys did not take were rarely in good spirits. At first, Yoshizumi thought that Mariko was so closed because the transplant had failed, and so, when he recommended that she and her father register for the waiting list, he thought he was doing her a favor. He told them about a new method called CAPD, hoping to alleviate, if only a little, the pressures of returning to a life of dialysis. However, when he thought about it now, Mariko's state of mind was more complex than that. At the time, Yoshizumi never figured out why Mariko did not take her medications. Some children did, of course, forget. There were various reasons for this. Sometimes it was in defiance of adults. Others disliked the facial swelling, which often occurred as a side effect. And still, others simply stayed over at their friends' or went on trips without telling their parents. Also, many decided that since they felt so good after the operation, it was okay not to take them. Yoshizumi honestly did not understand children's feelings very well. He had never quite figured out how to interact with them. He thought maybe it was because he had no children of his own. Soon after he began his career, Yoshizumi married one of his former classmates. Because both of them worked at the hospital, they had no time to raise children. Some years after they'd married, when they were finally able to make time for themselves, Yoshizumi discovered that his sperm was abnormal, and that he was incapable of making any woman pregnant. When Yoshizumi gave her the news, his wife, who'd always said that work came first and that they could have children later on, looked away from him, but not before he'd caught a brief but unmistakable look of contempt in her eyes. He ought to have paid more attention to Mariko's state of mind. He regretted it, though it was too late. He should have talked with her some more. It had looked like she'd gotten out of her depression. She'd listened to Yoshizumi and Anzai and even agreed to registering for another transplant. Yoshizumi had assumed she'd gotten over the trauma of extraction. How wrong he had been. Coping with her now, he understood that she was far from over it. It wasn't because of the extraction itself 2 years ago that she was depressed. She was tormented about something else, unknown to Yoshizumi. Whatever it was, she was keeping it to herself. She'd only been pretending to be okay, fooling all the grown-ups around her. Yoshizumi hadn't been able to see it. Maybe it was already too late. Maybe he was past the point of ever being able to win her confidence. No, thought Yoshizumi. If he couldn't win the patient's trust, then he should retire from transplant medicine. He had to talk with Mariko more. That evening, Yoshizumi went to see her again. She was laying in her bed with IV tube in her arm, staring at the ceiling in solitude. She seemed surprised at his visit. Her reaction was to be expected. Unless it was urgent business, he would normally not make an appearance except during scheduled patient rounds. "What's wrong? Are you upset because you can't go out?" She turned away without answering. Yoshizumi paid no attention and sat down at the chair at her bedside. "The rejection is still very slight right now," he continued. "If you just take your medications, you'll be fine. There's no need to worry." Silence. "It's okay. Things will calm down in no time. I'm sure of it. Soon you'll be able to go home and eat whatever you like." Silence. "By the way," Yoshizumi hesitated for a moment before asking what had been burning in his mind. "Won't you tell me what happened after your first transplant?" He saw her shoulders move somewhat at the question. He went on. "You never told me anything was troubling you. I never asked, and I'm sorry. There must have been some reason you didn't take your meds." "Won't you talk to me about it?" Mariko was silent, but she was clearly agitated. Without saying another word, Yoshizumi waited a long while for her to speak up. The silence was almost palpable, drifting down slowly from the ceiling like snow, embedding itself in Mariko's bedsheets. "Doctor, I'm sleepy," she said at last. "I see." Yoshizumi stood up. He'd gotten a pulse test at least. Unlike before, she was making an attempt, however slight, to be communicable. "Don't worry about a thing, okay? We'll make it all better," he said and left the room. The following evening, Yoshizumi again looked over the biopsy results. He compared the data from frozen samples, examined with an electron microscope, to the absorbency test results. "This is a bit strange," said the lab technician. Yoshizumi, cradling the phone, was looking at a film brought to him by a nurse from the lab to which the technician's comment had been attached, prompting him to inquire into the matter. "Given that the rejection is so slight, there are no immediate concerns, but something worries me." The technician lowered his voice in an evasive tone. I've never seen anything like this." Having already noticed the abnormal shapes on the film, Yoshizumi understood what the technician was talking about. "You carried out the procedure without difficulty, I assume?" Glitches in setting up a tissue sample could yield images that were contrary to fact. He suspected it may have been an error in the dyeing technique. But once he knew no mistakes had been made, he had no other explanation. He removed the first biopsy results from the filing cabinet and looked them over once more. Yoshizumi started. There was clearly something there. He was careless not to have seen it before. The mitochondria in her kidney cells were deformed. They were several times larger than normal and had fused in small sac-like nets across every cell. He, too, had never seen anything even remotely like it. He had a bad feeling about this and threw the film onto the desk. He gulped down a mouthful of coffee. Certainly, mitochondrial expansion was known to occur from cyclosporin use. Yoshizumi had also heard that the ethacrinic acid in oral diuretics sometimes caused a mutation in mitochondrial structure. However, considering the small amount of cyclosporin he had administered so far, this was highly unlikely. If anything, this was evidence of cyclosporin's toxicity. But could there be another reason? If the kidney had been abnormal from the beginning, why had it functioned properly until now? He then remembered that inexplicable heat he felt during the transplant procedure when he touched the kidney. His heart had been strangely excited by the contact. The kidney had seemed almost to be working his heart. Maybe there was a connection. Yoshizumi felt goosebumps rise along his skin. He had to keep this from Mariko, but what was he going to do about this anyway? He could only hope that no ill came of this development. These mitochondria probably had nothing to do with the rejection symptoms. The kidney had been functional until now, and it could still take. Staring at the film upon the desk, Yoshizumi prayed it would. Chapter 16. She remembered clearly the first time she became one with Toshiaki. When he entered Kiyomi's body, her face tightened as she stifled her cries. She, on the other hand, shivered with pleasure of anticipation and plunged into a state of inordinate excitement. Kiyomi sensed her excitement. No wonder, since she thrived in the major nodes of Kiyomi's brain and nervous system. Kiyomi's nerves, her spine, and her synapses were all crucial for conveying information to her brain. Over the years and months, she had come to dominate all of her host's organs, so that they could no longer manage even the simplest functions without her. When she was excited, so were Kiyomi's brain cells, the result of a spectacular burst of neurotransmitters between her synapses. No wonder Kiyomi was ecstatic. Her special stimulation was one that put others' joy to shame. And so, Kiyomi soon forgot the pain and devoted herself to the act. And she, too, surrendered to that pleasure that Toshiaki gave. Oh, this Kiyomi, whose first time it was, how loudly did she moan, how gamely she quivered, and how she passed out at the end. Making love with Toshiaki was pure bliss. Recalling the instances from Kiyomi's memory, she relished them. Toshiaki's skill wasn't honed. Sometimes he was even puerile. Even so, she felt a most supreme happiness in being loved by Toshiaki, and controlled Kiyomi's body from within to receive his love as often as possible. She transfigured Kiyomi's body in various ways to make it more desirable to him. As time went by, she gradually altered Kiyomi's face into one that Toshiaki would be most fond of. She reworked Kiyomi's nervous system to accommodate Toshiaki's transgressions. Kiyomi never knew why she experienced things so intensely. But for her, Kiyomi's nerve structure was laughably simplistic and easy to manipulate. Kiyomi was so innocent in her purity, it was pitiable. To the end, she was unaware that the joy by which her own body was possessed was something not her own. But for her to receive her joy and to capture Toshiaki's heart, it was necessary that Kiyomi feel what she felt. She couldn't afford to let him abandon her. He was just the man she'd been searching for. She needed to focus on Toshiaki's love, on Kiyomi, and then on her. Her body fluttered with joy. Soon, perfection was within reach. Though she could manipulate a host's cellular reproduction, it was difficult to maintain the structural changes. The forms she created tended to break down easily. She had to work on the genomic level. Fortunately, there were sufficient tools here to perform genetic mutations. Right beyond the door was a clean bench where a bluish UV lamp was probably shining. Various carcinogens were lying in the office beyond. With a little hike, it was even possible to get irradiated. There was no shortage of catalysts either. She let loose now and unleashed her power to multiply. Asakura looked away from the monitor with a sigh of exhaustion. She had shut off the air conditioning a while ago, so the room was silent, save for the refrigerator, which interjected with an occasional hum. She stood up from her chair and stretched. It was already close to midnight. Toshiaki had left for home 3 hours ago. She could hear other footsteps around the time he left, but now there was only silence. She was likely the only one left in the building. She took a plastic bottle of iced tea from the refrigerator and poured some into a mug with a gurgle that sounded strangely loud to her in this quietude. She brought the rim of the cup to her lips and took a mouthful. The sensation of cool tea in her throat helped to ease her fatigue. She was still making slide diagrams for the annual meeting. Though she had drawn up some charts before for her senior thesis, she was still not fully accustomed to the whole process. No matter what she did, it took an immense amount of time. She watched the monitor, moving the mouse around. In what felt like a moment, 2 hours had flown by, and she'd finished only one diagram. With cup in hand, Asakura returned to her desk and studied the image glowing on the monitor. She had taken her time with it, initially unsure of how to combine it with the other pictures she'd scanned. She regretted not having asked Toshiaki while he was around. Looking at the finished diagram, though, she was quite proud of it. The lab really had an atmosphere all of its own this time of night. Asakura took another sip of tea. By day, it was just like any other lab. When evening fell, however, its mood changed. Maybe it was from the shadows cast by the fluorescent lights, but the unusual shapes of the equipment on the experimentation table were much more vivid, somehow lurid. The contrast of the antiquated desk with the newer machinery added to the ambiance of strangeness. A most eerie place for a stranger to get lost in. Maybe I should stop for today and go home. At this thought, a chill ran up her spine, settling at the base of her head. The downy hairs on her nape tingled and stood up on end. She turned around full circle, her eyes flitting across the room. The air was stagnant, not even a draft. Her tingling had a different cause. Nothing in the lab was different, only silence, populated by her and the shadows on the floor. Everything else was cold and lifeless. The tingling was almost intolerable, turning into sharp pain. Asakura put her cup on the desk and pressed a hand to her neck. The pain began to spread. Her entire body was shaking, and she felt weak at the knees. That name came to mind. Eve 1. Eve 1 is the cause of this. A dragging noise. Something was moving. She called out, but heard only hoarse air escaping her lungs. She wanted to run away, but her feet were stuck to the floor. It was hard for her to even move her eyes. She strained her ears and gazed at the wall. On the other side of it was the cultivation room. She heard that noise again, more clearly this time. It had come from the cultivation room. Something was moving around in there. Eve 1's name rang in her head like a siren, lighting up in pure red. Still, it made no logical sense that Eve 1 would be making any noise at all. Right now, Eve 1 was in the culture flasks, which were themselves in the incubator. There was simply no reason for the noise, not to mention the movement. At that moment, she heard a moist, formless sound, like a large, damp mass falling to the floor. Asakura gasped in surprise. Her knees began to shake. She was planted firmly in her chair. She jerked her knees inward. Just then, her fingertips touched the cup, knocking it over. A piercing shatter. Droplets of tea and ceramic fragments flew into her face. Pain swelled in her cheeks. She stopped upon noticing the noise. Someone was here. She'd been sure no one was left in the laboratory. It couldn't be Toshiaki. He'd gone home. She searched her memory. The figure of a tall woman came to mind. It was her. She'd failed to sense the signs. She was never curious about bodies other than Toshiaki's. It couldn't be helped now. No more noises. Maybe the woman had left. Or maybe she was unable to move, shivering in fear. What should she do with her? She saw no reason to hesitate. She would need to reveal herself sooner or later. Besides, the woman was alone. Toshiaki was her ally now. She could finish off this woman's dreams once and for all. No. If she did that, she could make noise and bring attention. But there was another way. She shook her entire body. Then she started slowly towards the door. Asakura breathed in sharply upon hearing the noise again. She dropped to the floor, trembling as she looked around from beneath the desk. For the next minute or so, nothing could be heard, and she was at last able to calm herself. Just when she was ready to pass it off as a trick of the ears, the sound returned, like a dragging mop. No. Large drops of perspiration fell nervously from the tip of her chin, soaking the front of her shirt. The inside of her skull was as hot as fire. While her head seemed to be boiling, her skin, coated with sweat, felt icy cold. Sounds of splashing, moving, plops, like bubbles bursting. Asakura imagined a slimy glob of garbage, coated with mold, a rotting viscous mass, mottled green and brown and black, and nearly threw up. A dull scraping, wet thumping. The door. It was trying to open the cultivation room door. Asakura had locked it after Toshiaki had left. There came then the sickening sound of thick fluid squeezing through a narrow hole, mixed in with gurgling like a stopped-up drain. Bile rose to the back of Asakura's throat. The thing was trying to crawl through under the door. Asakura swallowed back the sour stench in her mouth with her saliva. A moment later, coldness swept over her, and her teeth began to chatter. Flump. Flump. Again, she could hear the dragging noise clearly this time. It had made it into the hallway. She could not stop her teeth from chattering. I should be quiet. I can't let it know I'm here. Asakura put a hand to her mouth, trying her best to silence herself. The chattering of her teeth echoed in her skull. Thump! Ah! Something had hit the door. There were 2 doors into the lab, one on her side and another farther back. Both led into the hallway. Whatever was making the noise was trying to get in through the door closer to the cultivation room. The refrigerator let out a hum. The sudden noise made her cry out again. She covered her mouth. Too late. Her voice could easily be heard from the hallway. Asakura's eyes clouded over, and she'd lost sight of her surroundings. Both the lab doors were closed, but they weren't locked. This thing would have no trouble getting in. Once the knob turned, it would only be a matter of moments before... She held her breath. The knob was turning. Asakura was frozen stiff. She thought she should run to the door and lock it, but she couldn't move a muscle. And then the door opened. She heard a distinct squishing sound. If only I could run, she thought. From where she was squatted, she could not see the open door at all. Her view was blocked by an experimentation table. She looked at the other door, but her path to it was impeded by a large desk. Even so, it was probably no more than 10 steps away. The distance felt way too far. Without warning, her vision went completely dark. For a moment, she was unsure as to what had happened, but then she saw 2 pale, flickering lights, the lamp on her desk and the standby light of her Mac. Everything else was swallowed in blackness. She could no longer see the desk, the equipment, or even the nearest door. It had turned off the lights. There was a switch near the other door. Asakura gasped again upon realizing what this meant. This thing knew that if a switch was flipped, the lights would turn off. It knew that if it turned the knob, the door would open. It had intelligence. She refused to believe it. At that moment, a pale yellow light appeared from near the door. Since the experimentation table was still in her way, she could not make out what was happening. A light tapping. Something being moved. It had opened the refrigerator. She heard agent vials being taken out. It was searching for something. A sign saying "Run!" was flashing inside Asakura's head. She got on all fours and moved her hands and feet in desperation. Her heart was shooting ahead, but her body wasn't following. She managed, somehow, to crawl on all fours to a position where she could see the entire refrigerator. The door was half open. The thing was on the other side, rummaging through the shelves, making sick, sticky noises now and then. It seemed not to notice her. Asakura could not see the thing, nor did she particularly want to. She turned an angle and crawled gradually to the door. Just a little more, and she would reach it. And when she did, all she had to do was get up, open it, and run at full speed. If she could just reach it with her hand, she would be saved. Her heart pounded furiously. Suddenly, there was a scraping sound, and an intense pain shot through her knee. Asakura screamed and held her kneecap. Something had stuck into it. She tried pulling it out, but cut her fingertips trying to do so. Her palm became wet with blood. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she cursed herself upon realizing her own carelessness. The cup. She crawled onto a fragment of it. Whatever this thing was, it moved with agility. It fell to the floor. It was on her to escape. Asakura's heart froze. As it moved towards her, she could make out a few details. Almost all of it was completely opaque, but what she did see looked like a heap of flesh. "No!" she said with tears in her eyes, but it continued to approach. There was a sound like that of tentacles wriggling along the floor and bubbles popping like crushed tomatoes. The whole circus was coming her way. "Please, stop!" Asakura appealed desperately. She tried to crawl away and escape, but when she moved, the violent pain in her knee forced her to the floor with a thud. Lying on her belly, she screamed as she stretched out her arms and dragged herself forward. It was almost upon her, tears flowing down her cheeks, mucus dripping from her nose. She tried to push up with her elbows, but her body would not budge at all. She cried out in despair. Her knee throbbed in pain. Hands were sticky with sweat and blood. Something warm and slippery touched one of her ankles. It then grasped firmly and pulled. Asakura reached out a hand. Her fingertips met the edge of the sink. She curled 4 fingers around it with all her might. The creature pulled her leg without mercy. The joints in her fingers reached the threshold of pain. Asakura screamed. She reached out her other hand, but it touched nothing. The thing pulled harder. Her index finger let go. She screamed out repeatedly for it to stop, but it pulled even harder. Its grip moved up to her shin. Her leg bones creaked from the pressure. Her middle finger popped out of its socket. Only her ring finger and her little finger were still barely holding on, but felt like they'd be ripped from her hand at any moment. The creature took hold of Asakura's other ankle, then pulled her with a sudden jerk. The 2 fingers cracked, and she let go of the sink. As she was pulled away, the cup shard embedded in her knee screeched across the floor. The creature came down on her back with all its weight. A sticky solution clung to her. The peculiar odor of culture medium, sweet, powdery, invaded her nostrils. She tried to shove the thing away, but she could not get a grip on it. Her arms simply slipped into the thing and got stuck there. The thing turned her around so that she was lying face up. She kicked her feet, but it was useless. She was completely restrained. She cried out desperately for help, but a moment later, her voice was stifled when something came into her mouth. She clenched her teeth in resistance, but her jaws were soon wrenched open. The sticky thing coated her tongue and teeth. Her face still turned upward. Asakura vomited. What was in her stomach shot up with great force and came showering down on her own face. Bathing in the half-digested food, what was in her mouth started to swell and to fill her throat. Chapter 17. December 24th had come at last. Before making dinner preparations, Kiyomi arranged some holly and paper flowers around the living room. And while the space near the television was small, she managed to set up a tree in it. She adorned its branches with cotton in imitation of snow, hung miniature toys, and draped it with ornamental bulbs. She even renewed the dining table by replacing the tablecloth with lace, finishing off with a polished candlestick in the center. Kiyomi looked around the room, which she had given a holiday air in not even an hour's time, pleased with her work. She had lived with Toshiaki in this one-bedroom apartment since they were married. Still, she never passed up on the Christmas decorations. Toshiaki made a big deal out of it at first, considering they did not even have any children. He was not into the whole decorating thing. But Kiyomi would not be swayed. She had always celebrated the holiday this way, because for her it was not only about Christmas, but her birthday as well. On a whim, she turned to the window. She ran to it in anticipation and drew the curtain, opening the misted pane slightly. White crystals danced in the evening air. Kiyomi sighed joyfully, leaned forward and gazed around the neighborhood. Everything outside was already faintly dusted. The powdery snow descended gently yet steadily from the sky. She could not see too far in the darkness, but where the light was from her window shone, she clearly made out each individual snowflake. A white Christmas! She was elated and hummed Silent Night, one of the first songs she ever learned on the piano, to herself. It was getting late when Toshiaki called. The cake was done and dinner was all ready. Kiyomi pressed the receiver to her ear and sighed in disappointment as she cast a sideways glance to the pot of stew she had made especially for the occasion. Toshiaki said that one of his senior students had failed an experiment and needed to be brought back up to speed. Toshiaki would be staying to keep an eye on him while he redid the procedure. "Does it have to be today?" she implored. "We already started using the sample. If we don't do it now, it'll go bad." "I see." He apologized profusely. Kiyomi restrained herself and said in a cheerful voice not to worry. But she felt lonely. Toshiaki had done the same thing last year. She wanted him to dismiss his work for just one day and come home. It was her birthday, after all. Maybe that was a selfish wish, but it was the truth. Trying to estimate how much longer he would be tied up, Toshiaki began to describe the procedures that had to be conducted. "Anyway, I need to extract a rat liver and homogenize it for a mitochondrial blot." The moment Kiyomi heard those words, her chest leapt. "Toshiaki!" Kiyomi gasped. Her ears rang loudly. Vision turned red. Her entire body reacted as if scalding water were being poured all over it. "What's wrong?" A moment later, she came to her senses, a bit shaken. She put the receiver back to her ear and smoothed over the interruption. She told him it was nothing, saying she'd only noticed the snowfall and gone to see it. She stood motionless for a long while. Sweat building up in her armpits. Now a sudden coldness was making her shiver. These reactions were getting stronger. It had accelerated ever since she married Toshiaki, but lately it was particularly severe. Just hearing the word mitochondria set her heart racing. Up until the beginning of their marriage, she often wanted to know all about Toshiaki and even asked him about his experiments. In these past few months, however, she had stopped speaking of his research altogether. The fits were becoming violent and unbearable. Something unknown to her was responding to all of that, a voice from within. The voice's master was ecstatic upon hearing of Toshiaki's work, tearing around elatedly inside of her. She felt it with this phone call as well. She thought to tell Toshiaki to hurry home, but the voice in her head seemed to want him to continue with the experiment. Kiyomi had no control over herself anymore. Toshiaki ended up coming home around 11. He apologized for being so late, then looked around the room and smiled with wonder at the decorations. Kiyomi lit the candle and the tree, and then laid out the dinner. Toshiaki expressed his delight. She was still unhappy that he'd come home so late, but his efforts now to liven up the occasion by being talkative pleased her very much. After dinner, Kiyomi brought out a cake. She came up with the special frosting design every year. This time, she had made snow-covered trees and a small wafer house at the center. She thought she'd done a pretty good job. As the candle burned low and the room darkened, they ate cake and drank champagne. Toshiaki took out a package from his bag, her birthday present, and handed it to her. She opened it to find a cute watch. It was past 2 a.m. when they went into their bedroom. As they turned out the lights, Toshiaki leaned over and kissed her softly. The moment his lips touched hers, a pleasant sensation ran along her spine. Kiyomi sighed in spite of herself. She lost all feeling in her legs and surrendered. It was such an amazing excitement. She thought she would melt. Though the rest of her body was limp, her tongue seemed to have a mind of its own. No, she could not believe it. It couldn't be. There was no strength in her hands and feet. She was just standing there, held in Toshiaki's arms. Even so, her tongue continued in rapture, curling around his own in hunger and gliding along the back of his teeth. This wasn't happening. Suddenly, she was overcome with intense drowsiness, ready to fall into the darkness at any moment. She'd have fallen into the abyss if Toshiaki hadn't been holding her. She let her head fall back, yet the tip of her tongue still writhed around in search of sustenance. What was this? Toshiaki placed a kiss upon her neck. A violent flash behind her eyelids. Sleep assailed upon her without mercy. She shook her head helplessly to drive it away. What was going on? Just before all her senses seemed to twist ominously, a voice echoed across her brain. Toshiaki. She opened her eyes instantly. The drowsiness withdrew a little, but only for a moment. Returning with full force, it drew a thick curtain over her consciousness. No, Kiyomi shook her head again. struggling to keep her eyes open. It was the same voice as before. "Make it stop!" She called to Toshiaki for help, but her voice only turned into a deafening roar in her head. "Toshiaki! Who are you?" Her heart began beating like a drum. She gasped for breath. She had never felt anything so excruciating. Her body spasmed. She was crumbling. Sleep kept crashing in like a tidal wave, and she just barely withstood the onslaught again and again. Every time her mind receded, the voice's master pushed up from inside her. It was full of joy, calling out Toshiaki's name. Kiyomi was anxious. It was as if the voice's master was making love to her husband. If she fell asleep, it would rise to the surface of her body and mingle lustfully with him. It was going to steal him from her. She desperately fought to keep herself awake. She managed to come afloat a few times, but soon sank into the bottom of the dark. Someone was speaking. A loud voice that seemed to echo throughout the room. Was it hers or the others? She sensed in it a profound delight. She could not tell what she was doing now, only that her body was in chaos, jostled about in the shadows of roaring waves. When Kiyomi came to, everything was quiet. She was dreaming. It was the same strange dream that she had every Christmas Eve. A dream about her distant memories of wandering in darkness. But the dream had evolved. Kiyomi noticed elements that were different from the vision she had every year. She felt herself moving all around. Her vision was vague, making it impossible to distinguish up from down, and yet she could feel upon her skin the current changing direction moment by moment. She was moving fast. Her strength surged, and she felt like she could go anywhere, traversing unimaginable distances. She realized she was happy about this. She had no idea how much time had passed. There was suddenly an odd turbulence in the current, washing over her body. Something was close to her. It was large and clumsy in its movements, wriggling and swaying uncertainly. She remembered it. She had come across it many times. Some of those times she had attacked it. It punctured easily, but on occasion it captured her. As she grew conscious of it, a new impulse arose in her without warning. She had no idea what it was, where it came from, or what it was trying to tell her. Before she could even notice, she'd burrowed into the other thing. It seemed surprised, but when she shared her power with it, it accepted their coexistence. Inside it was comfortable. Maybe she'd found her eternal nest. In her dream, Kiyomi wondered what this feeling was. What could it possibly mean? But she didn't know. She didn't know what to make of any of this. Chapter 18. First up's you, Asakura. Asakura stepped up to Toshiaki, who passed her a pointer. She proceeded to the screen, manuscript in her right hand and pointer in her left. Toshiaki spoke as she pressed the switch on his stopwatch. Yes, our first presenter is Sachiko Asakura, whose topic will be the use of retinoid receptors in the gene induction of 2,4-tacdienol-tacCoA reductase, unsaturated fatty acid, beta oxidation enzymes. Asakura? Thank you. Slide, please. There was a soft click, and a diagram appeared on the projector screen. Glancing at her manuscript, she began. I have come today to report that we have successfully introduced clofibrate in rat livers and generated unsaturated fatty acid beta oxidation enzymes in their mitochondria. By activating nuclear receptor proteins with the peroxisome proliferators, we have established that retinoid receptors are a vital component in the induction of these beta oxidation enzymes. By activating nuclear receptor proteins with peroxisome proliferators, we have established that retinoid receptors are a vital component in the induction of these beta oxidation enzymes. For this experiment, we investigated 2,4-tacdienol-tacCoA reductase, enzymes necessary for the beta oxidation of unsaturated fatty acids. We cloned their genes and found that these genes are governed by retinoid receptors. This is what I will be discussing today. Next slide, please. With another click, the screen changed. Toshiaki listened attentively, glancing now and then at the stopwatch face. All the professors and most of the staff and students of their course were gathered in the small seminar room. Though the fans were on, the curtains had been closed and the lights turned off for the slides. The crowd made the room feel much more claustrophobic than usual. It was 5 days before the conference. Thinking it would make things easier on the presenters if they practiced their speeches at least once beforehand, the professors had called for a mock session. Assembling the slides at the last minute was bound to cause mishaps. Writing up the presentations well in advance and giving each a trial run, on the other hand, helped reduce the stress for the first-timers. Asakura had completed her slide diagrams much more quickly than Toshiaki had anticipated. Perhaps she'd slaved at it and worked late hours. But no, this did not begin to explain the speed with which she'd finished them. When asked how she pulled it off, she simply smiled and didn't answer. In any case, she seemed well prepared for her presentation, which put Toshiaki at ease. Asakura had certainly been hustling more than ever, coming to the classroom early in the mornings and working fervently until late at night. Without showing any signs of tiring, she'd made Toshiaki wonder if he wasn't getting too old, in fact. Asakura continued without a trace of hesitation. She accurately elucidated the various components of each diagram with the pointer, capturing the audience's attention whenever she raised her voice to emphasize key areas. Her presentation had perfect modulation. Toshiaki gazed at her profile with fondness. A researcher with years of experience could not have given a finer presentation. Despite his confidence in her, he never thought she'd be this good. In fact, she was flawless. He suddenly realized something that wasn't appropriate to notice then and there. In recent days, Asakura had become beautiful beyond recognition almost. She wore the same rough jeans and t-shirts she always did, but there was now a certain magnificence about her. Perhaps it was because she'd changed her hairstyle. No longer tied back in a ponytail, her hair flowed loosely. Yet that couldn't have been it. Her expression had always been lively, but it was now complemented by a noticeable refinement. The sparkle in her eyes and her gestures exuded confidence. The aforementioned data show how the enzyme in question is induced via clofibrate. It may be hypothesized that many other enzymes for processing unsaturated fatty acids will exhibit the same property. Their genomic cloning should further clarify the role of retinoid receptors. That is all. Thank you very much for the slides. The screen went blank, and the lights were flipped on. Toshiaki came back to reality and clicked the stopwatch. 14 minutes, 27 seconds. Was that okay? Professor Ishihara nodded, visibly satisfied. Asakura looked relieved. This was more like the young woman Toshiaki was used to. The time limit is 15 minutes? That's right, Toshiaki answered. I could not find a single misspelled English word in your slides, and I think your explanation held up well. So, what did you all think? Ishihara turned to the students behind him, thereby cueing them to share any points of criticism without hesitation. They all looked down and avoided his gaze. Toshiaki suppressed a smile. Asakura's perfect presentation had thoroughly intimidated them. Ishihara waited to see if anyone would speak up. Eventually, he nodded and asked the projector assistant to show Asakura's slides from the beginning. Let's all check once more to make sure there are no mistakes. Ishihara questioned Asakura at length about each slide and listened carefully to her arguments. She answered everything perfectly. Toshiaki listened in a half surprise. She had really done her homework. He thought to jump in with some timely help if she faltered, but there was no need. In the end, she showed no uneasiness, but neither was there even a hint of arrogance. Her forthright responsiveness was even pleasant. Without rushing her replies, she presented her points clearly and in order, with a clear desire to convince rather than befuddle the questioner. She referred to surprisingly recent data as she did so. Yes, perfect. I see you've been studying well, said Ishihara at last, his voice filled with admiration. Thank you very much. Asakura flashed a smile that was startlingly lovely. This certainly puts a lot of pressure on the next person, doesn't it? Said Ishihara, which brought a laugh from the rest. After the rehearsal was over, Toshiaki returned to the lab. Wow, I'm really impressed. You even got the professor's seal of approval. Asakura seemed flattered and thanked him with a bow. I guess all that's left is to memorize your notes. Well, you have until the day of the meeting to do that, so don't stress yourself out over it. If you have any worries, though, just let me know, and we can go over things the day before. And let's write up an outline you can take to the podium, just in case. I think I'll be okay. I don't know. You'd be surprised how easy it is to forget things up there. Comes with the territory. But if you can, try to do it without notes. I'll give it my best." "By the way," said Toshiaki, by way of changing the subject as he looked at her knee, "how's your leg?" "Oh, this?" Asakura laughed and tapped her jeans with her fist. "It's healing. I still have a bandage on it." "Doesn't it hurt?" "Yeah, but I doubt it'll even leave a scar." She was limping the day she changed her hair. When he asked her about it, she claimed to have fallen on her apartment stairs and scraped her knee. Her fingers were taped up as well. She'd brushed away Toshiaki's concern, saying, "Really, it's nothing. Besides, it's hard for me to keep my balance anyway, being so tall and everything." Toshiaki had been struck by his comment. It was so unlike her. Until then, he'd never heard her make fun of her own height. He'd been taken aback for a moment, but it was really just a trifle, and he'd scrubbed the feeling of oddness out of his mind. "It should heal by the conference, so please don't trouble yourself about it. I'd look pretty silly with a bandage under my suit skirt, don't you think?" she said with a grin. Just then, a group of seniors came into the room. One of them was holding a white box in his hands. "The professor congratulated us on such a good rehearsal and bought a cake for us to celebrate. Please have some," said the student proudly. "Say, this is rare. He must really be in a good mood. Thanks to all your hard work," Toshiaki said as he opened the box. "Looks delicious," said Asakura elatedly. "I'll get some tea. Everyone, grab a cup if you want some." The tea was a welcome diversion, and Toshiaki took his time to enjoy it. "Hey, Asakura, this isn't your usual mug, is it?" said one of the students as he ate his cake. Toshiaki had not noticed it until now, but the design on her cup was indeed different. "What happened to the old one? Yeah, did you break it?" "I don't know where it went," Asakura replied, enjoying the scent of her tea with a joyful smile. "I swear I put it right over there. Let me know if anyone finds it, though." Chapter 19. She had surfaced for the first time. It had gone better than she ever could have hoped. Kiyomi's spirit had resisted a few times, yet she had proven triumphant. To surface and to be held as herself in Toshiaki's arms was incomparably more blissful than what she could feel while still buried in Kiyomi. But she was not satisfied. This was only the beginning. She knew that Kiyomi was dreaming. Memories sometimes leaked out from her and stimulated Kiyomi's nerves. Though she had been careful not to enlighten Kiyomi to her existence, on the 24th of December, the day Kiyomi was born, her defenses were never as effective. Every year, Kiyomi seemed sharper that one night. At last, the night before, Kiyomi had glimpsed her memory of entering the host. Kiyomi would probably never understand what it meant, but it would not do to be careless. There was the danger that she would tell Toshiaki, and while Kiyomi's ignorance could be counted on, Toshiaki would probably decipher the dream. At last, the time has come to take action, she thought. It was time to renounce her status as an amenable slave. From last night's trial, She knew the necessary preparations were now in order. She thought, and Kiyomi's body complied. A most pleasant reversal of who was mistress and who was slave. The morning was calm and quiet. The persistently cold weather had begun to fade, and for the first time in a long while, a faint sunlight poured in through the bedroom window. Particles of light passing through net mesh curtains floated gently above white bedsheets. Crystallized kerosene sparkled blearily in the heater. Hearing a low groaning at her side, she looked in its direction to see Toshiaki's back. His naked shoulders moved slowly up and down with his breathing. She realized that she had slept on Toshiaki's bed. She touched his shoulder gently with her hand. "Hey, didn't know you were up." Toshiaki rubbed his eyes and sat up. His eyes were puffy, and he was clearly not fully awake. With a huge grin on her face, she said, "I want to register at a kidney bank." At breakfast, Kiyomi noticed Toshiaki giving her strange looks. When she turned to him, he looked flustered for a moment. Then he averted his eyes and spread margarine on his toast with a scraping noise. "What is it?" she said, getting suspicious. Toshiaki looked down as if what he was about to say didn't come easily. After a moment, he muttered simply, "Don't you remember?" "Remember what?" "This morning, you said you wanted to register at a kidney bank, totally out of nowhere." Kiyomi looked up from her breakfast in surprise. She had no memory of it. "It's your choice, of course, but I was just a bit shocked since I didn't think you cared about such things." She blinked. Toshiaki looked away and took a bite of his toast. This was no joke. She wanted to ask him what was going on, but for some reason her mouth would not open. She had to really concentrate to finally move her lips. When the words came out, they were not the ones that she had willed. "So, how do I register?" Since that day, Kiyomi started to become unsure of herself. She feared that she was doing things without her own knowledge, and this zapped her desire to do anything at all. After Christmas, too, Toshiaki tried to make love to her, but she kept refusing. Who knew what might come crawling out of her again, and maybe she'd never come back the next time it happened. Then, one day, her donor card arrived in the mail. A phone number was printed on it, and underneath it, "Organ Donation Decision Card. In the event competent medical authority declares me brain dead, I hereby agree to the brain death declaration and to donate my kidneys for transplantation purposes." She fiddled with the card, holding it between her index finger and thumb on opposite corners while turning it. She had gone through the registration process without even realizing it. It was around that time that she mysteriously began seeing a whole slew of news and articles about organ transplants. She never noticed them much before, but now she was running into them everywhere. There must have always been plenty of reports about transplants. She probably just used to overlook them since she'd had little interest in the topic before. And yet, why they seemed so prevalent now was beyond her. Winter passed, and a new school year began. Temperatures rose, cherry blossoms bloomed. One day, in the middle of June, Toshiaki shouted with joy and came running over to give Kiyomi a hug. "Yes, it went through!" hollered an excited Toshiaki to his equally startled wife. "My Nature article!" He embraced her and spun her around, but Kiyomi hadn't a clue. Wait, what happened exactly? "The piece I wrote for Nature was accepted for publication. I got the notification today. Don't you remember the conversation we had once? I told you I wanted to get published in a top scientific journal someday." She remembered it now. "So that means," said Kiyomi, at last comprehending the situation. "You got it. So, what do you think of your husband now? Aren't you happy for me?" "Of course, that's terrific news." Kiyomi embraced him and was about to tell him congratulations. The words that came out of her mouth were quite different. "You're wonderful, Toshiaki. I knew you were the one I've been looking for." She immediately covered her mouth, surprised at what she had just said. "Don't be silly, Kiyomi. We're already married," said Toshiaki, confused. Kiyomi turned away. "No, that's not what I meant." "What then?" "I love you." She broke away from their embrace. Those hadn't been her words. Someone was manipulating her. A coldness spread across her back, as if an icicle had been planted there. She suddenly felt her own body to be a grotesque thing, clamped onto by some unknown entity that now wriggled all over her. She wanted to take off everything and just run away. Toshiaki embraced her again, rigid in his arms, chilly from her own cold sweat. She shivered. 1 week later, the time came for the annual open lectures sponsored by the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences. The school had 16 seminar groups, and each year 4 of them assumed the duties by rotation. Toshiaki's course was among the 4 this year. On the day of the lecture, he told Kiyomi he was going to meet with Ishihara beforehand since he was assisting with the professor's slides. "Is it all right if I come along?" Kiyomi said without even thinking. The skies were clear on the day of the open house. A pure blue expanse spread over the Pharmaceutical Sciences building, just like the day they first saw each other again. Ishihara's lecture was the first of the afternoon. Toshiaki and Kiyomi entered the hall 10 minutes early. As Toshiaki set up the projector, Kiyomi walked leisurely around the room, admiring the view from the windows. She was searching for her sense of reality. As she walked, she had a hard time believing that her own feet were actually moving, one in front of the other, as they should. Her consciousness seemed somehow separated from her body. "We all have countless parasites living inside us," began Professor Ishihara in nearly the same manner as when Kiyomi attended his lecture a few years before. Toshiaki changed each slide at the professor's signals. About half of the presentation was as Kiyomi remembered it, but certain data had been updated in light of new discoveries. She gazed at the screen, listening intently. She understood much more of it now than when she had been a student. What amazed her, however, was that somehow she was able to grasp all the new material as well. More than a quick understanding of unfamiliar concepts, it felt like she was remembering things long forgotten. Before long, the slides ended, and the room brightened again. "I'll open up the floor now if anyone has any questions." At that moment, Kiyomi's right arm twitched. By the time she realized it, her hand had shot straight up into the air. Ishihara was visibly surprised at this. Some of the students turned around and gave her a quizzical look. Toshiaki, who was about to pack up the slide projector, stopped what he was doing. "Go ahead, please." The professor smiled and pointed at her. Kiyomi wondered if she was dreaming as she stood, poised and tall. Her lips moved of their own accord. She had no idea what she was saying. "In today's lecture, you pointed out that mitochondria are, in essence, enslaved by the nuclei of their hosts. True, mitochondrial DNA codes only rRNA and tRNA are just a few other enzymes of the electron transport chain, so it would seem impossible for mitochondria to survive on their own. According to your explanation, this came about because the nucleus extracted hereditary information originally held by mitochondria. But don't you think it's a bit rash to conclude that mitochondria were therefore enslaved by nuclei? Couldn't we say the opposite is true? In other words, it could well be the case that mitochondria actively sent genes into the nuclei of their own volition. Not all of the nuclear genome had been sequenced yet. Perhaps, in the portions that haven't been analyzed yet, we'll find crucial genes that mitochondria secretly inserted into nuclei. What if the proteins encoded by those genes are as yet unknown nuclei shifting receptors that can manipulate copies and translations of the host genes? This would cast mitochondrial symbiosis in a whole new light, I think. In short, isn't the following hypothesis tenable? Namely that, in the near future, these parasites we call mitochondria will enslave their hosts?" The room was dead silent, save for the low whir of the slide projector fan. No one moved a muscle. Ishihara just stood there, with mouth agape. Leaves rustled as a gust of wind blew the trees outside. At this, everyone turned away or coughed nervously. The professor scanned the room and, picking Toshiaki out from among the crowd, glared at him as if to say, "What the hell was that all about?" The students began to stir. Kiyomi sat down calmly. She straightened her back and smiled, staring Ishihara right in the eye. Well, that was out of the blue, but an excellent question." The professor forced an embarrassed cough. He was trembling slightly and at a total loss for an answer. Kiyomi flashed him a look of ridicule. Upon noticing this, he choked back his discomfort and faltered as he attempted an answer. But soon his words ebbed into silence. He was certainly accepting of criticism, but the ideas she had proposed were too outlandish for him. It was simply a viewpoint no researchers held. He tried his best to wrap his mind around it, but failed. Just as I thought. I was right. Only Toshiaki genuinely understands mitochondria. He is my target. I? Kiyomi looked up suddenly. At that moment, she regained control over her body. She slumped forward. Her hand unconsciously grabbed the desk, stopping herself just before she hit her chin on the seat in front of her. Who was this I? She could not shake the feeling that her heart was slouching forth into a bottomless abyss. That morning, Toshiaki and Kiyomi left home at the same time. Kiyomi woke up at her usual hour, prepared breakfast, and ate together with her husband. It was a traditional meal featuring salmon and eggs cooked in the Japanese style. When they stepped outside of the apartment door, a weak morning sunlight shone down from a break in the clouds. Walking down the stairs together, they bumped into the couple who lived on the second floor, and they all exchanged slight bows. "Okay, I'm off," said Toshiaki. Kiyomi beamed at him a smile and waved to him as he got into the driver's seat. Then she got into her recently purchased compact. She put her handbag on the passenger seat and started the engine. The night before, she had written a letter to Chika for the first time in a long while. Kiyomi had become lazy about keeping in touch with old friends and wanted to regain some semblance of reliability. The letter was only pleasantries, but she thought it might rekindle what was once a frequent exchange between them. After making sure the letter was in her bag, she unconsciously took out her wallet to see if she had her driver's license with her. Sandwiched carefully in between her license and auto registration membership was her kidney donor card. She started the car forward. Toshiaki pulled out behind her. She turned right, Toshiaki turned left. His waving figure reflected in her rear view mirror. Kiyomi drove for about 5 minutes through the neighborhood streets until she came out onto the main road. A bit congested, but no more than usual. It was a route she had traveled hundreds of times. Before long, the street sloped gently downward. The flow of traffic quickened as the road bore to the right. She watched the sky spreading out overhead through the windshield. And just after she saw the traffic light change to yellow behind the curve, her sight faded to black.